Morning, Robert. I like your background.
Thanks.
Robert, show him the other background. Do it. Do it, Robert. Do it before we're public. Do it.
All right.
Yes, you have to do it.
Wait till you get us in person, Robert. We are so in person.
Yeah.
Robert, did Jim tell you that as the South Platte member, you're our obligatory cab driver? So just be prepared. Bring a big pickup or a van, but you have to take us to dinner.
Okay.
We hope you don't drink because we do.
I'll be the designated driver, huh?
I don't know, guys. I got a big red truck now, so maybe
Great.
I'll take that over.
Perfect.
Although I don't want to stop drinking.
That's why you get very small cars, because you never have to be the designated driver.
I see. Well, to promote agriculture, I had this great idea. Well, I thought it was a great idea. I don't know if anybody else did, but I was going to sign up for Uber and put the Uber tag in one of my tractors and drive up to DIA and pull up or something. Pretend that I was their Uber driver in a big old tractor and see what they would say.
That's awesome.
So I could do that with all of you guys. Just have a wagon and behind the tractor and pull you along.
I think I've seen everyone except Gail.
I think you're correct, Jessica. Do you want to give it another minute?
Sure.
Okay.
I was just reading Ed Millard's notes on our demand management workshop, and he said that listening to our Q&A was painful, which I bet it was a little bit. Like, yeah, I guess I didn't think of that. May have been a little bit
all the time, but no.
Right. I mean, it wasn't meant to be listened to on repeat later.
Well, I don't see any messages from Gail, or it doesn't look like I accidentally added a Google Meet to the calendar request either. So I'm not sure.
I'm going to call her, or I'm calling her.
Are you calling her?
Yeah,
okay.
I texted her
I was
right
just
now.
going to say I can give her a ring and see if she's having some technical difficulties, but you got it, Becky.
She will be here in just a minute.
Okay, great.
We could go ahead and get started.
Okay. Why don't we do that?
Public's waiting for us.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start. Let me hit record here and we'll go. Okay, we're good.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our March 2021 CWCB board meeting. We are on to agenda item 17, Basin Directors Reports. And it looks like I am up first on item 17A, the City and County of Denver Directors Reports. Vivian, if you are able to pull up the slides, that would be fantastic. Okay. And if we could go to the next slide. So one of the most controversial aspects of COVID-19 in the Denver metro area is what to do about snow days of all things. So now that we have the capacity for remote learning, there have been some districts that instead of calling traditional snow days have decided to call remote learning days. And you can imagine how apoplectic kids and parents get when you take away snow days. In addition to my role on the CWCB, I'm also on the board of directors of a Denver charter school, and we decided to put this issue to a vote in our community as to whether we were going to call snow days traditional snow days or remote learning days this year. We had everyone from our kindergartners to our 5th graders and our parents and teachers all weigh in on this important question. The graphic on the upper right is from one of our kindergarten classes. They use this as a math lesson to work on their counting skills. There's a letter on the bottom right from one of our students. He wrote, "Dear board members, I don't want to have school on snow days, and here are my reasons." They use this as a persuasive writing lesson. So his first reason is that teachers need a break from teaching. They need to rest and stop teaching. His second reason was that if the power goes off, it would be really bad. It would make it hard to learn. We don't want that to happen during school, obviously. And his third reason, well, it's not really a reason, but I would love to have a day off. So I love this student's honesty and his creativity in coming up with his reasons. So our school, our little charter school, decided to go stick with the traditional snow days and frankly give both the kids and the teachers a mental health day and a day to just enjoy being kids because it's been a really stressful year. DPS, Denver Public Schools, went the other direction and decided to have remote learning days. But apparently they've seen the light. They announced yesterday that if it's just one day off for a snow day, they're going to go back to traditional snow days after an intensive lobbying campaign across the community. So hopefully we will get a big storm this weekend and kids across Denver will be enjoying a day to play and have fun and just enjoy the spontaneity of snow. So on to the next slide, please. In Basin Roundtable news, I wanted to just mention the upcoming Ex Genesis Water and Climate event that kicks off on Monday. Through the Metro Roundtable, the CWCB provided some small funding support for this event. And this event will bring together entrepreneurs and experts to really take a different approach to thinking about problems associated with water and climate. You can see on the bottom left the categories, the wicked problems that they will be tackling. The first is extreme climate events. The second is water supply and scarcity. The third is infrastructure. And the last is water safety and quality. And for each one of those wicked problems, the team has developed a map, kind of like you see in the upper right, mapping out the problem. They've done a lot of work to put together research briefs, what's been tried, what's worked, what hasn't worked, to provide to the entrepreneurs who, again, are going to be coming together and taking a fresh look at these really challenging problems that we face as a community, we face across the state, and frankly, we face as a country. So I hope that some of you will tune in over the 3 weeks of the event, and I look forward to reporting back in May regarding what we have learned and what solutions these great entrepreneurs perhaps come up with that are worth further consideration by this board. Next slide. You've heard me over the last year plus talk about the lead and copper rule. Well, we are going to be doing it again, apparently. The EPA announced yesterday that they want to reopen the rulemaking. The final rule was just published in mid-January, right at the end of the Trump administration. The Biden administration decided that they wanted to hit pause on this rule and provide an opportunity to gather more input and take a hard look at whether the final rule was the right approach or whether to maybe take a different path. So they've published two notices. Well, they will be publishing two notices in the Federal Register. They went up for pre-publication on EPA's website yesterday. The first notice is a final rule to seek public comment on whether to essentially extend for a longer period of time and really take a deep dive and reopen the rule. And the second is the proposal essentially to hit pause through pretty much the end of this year, again, while they gather more input and reevaluate, reconsider the many comments that have already been made on this rule. There have already been a few lawsuits filed on it as well. So my personal expectation is that we're going to be going back and doing this again. And I think it remains to be seen whether the final rule will look a lot like the final rule that was published in January or whether the Biden administration and the new team at EPA is going to take a different approach. Either way, I think we've seen in Denver the value, the benefit, both from a public health and an environmental standpoint of removing lead lines. And as long as we are allowed to continue with our variance by the EPA, I don't have any reason to think that we're going to change our approach. I think, we want to see this through. We want to get the lines out of our service area. And if the lessons we've learned over the last year and a half might help contribute to the knowledge of the industry and contribute ideas and food for thought to EPA, so much the better. But I just wanted to put that on your radar in case it's something you want to weigh in and comment on to EPA. And I believe that's it in terms of slides. One final thing I'll mention, the Metro Roundtable is meeting this afternoon. So if you haven't gotten your fill of CWCB yet after our 2-day meeting, please join us for the Metro Roundtable this afternoon. And thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none, let's move on to item 17B, the Rio Grande River Basin Director's Report. Heather, you're up.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to start by congratulating our new chair and vice chair. Congrats, Directors Brody and Brown. It's very exciting to see you guys in those roles, and I look forward to working with you in this leadership role. So congrats, ladies. Also, welcome to Director Sakata. It's really exciting to have you on the board, and I'm excited to get to know you better and work with you in this role. So congrats and thank you for joining us. I'll get going. So I don't have slides today, and so you guys can just close your eyes and imagine like reading a book. Anyway, so the snowpack down here it's still surprisingly better than in other areas of the state, and so we're feeling grateful for that, but also also a little bit of anxiety just because our current snow water equivalent level is sitting at 93% of average. But the first forecast of the year, which, you can't do a lot of betting on that first forecast because things change pretty radically in March. But the first forecast of the year is recognizing the forecasted precipitation and temperature trends for the next few months, and also just how dry things were when we went into the winter. So even though we're at 93% snowpack, the forecasted flows in the Rio Grande are at 70% of average. So that's definitely a cause for concern, and I know people are planning accordingly and kind of thinking about what actions they'll take if this year looks like last year. Director Ryan mentioned that I think the biggest water topic or hot news right now is the implementation of the well rules and regulations. And so that happens on March 15th. So Monday morning, we will officially have rules implemented for all groundwater uses in the Rio Grande Basin. And so those of you that know my day job, which is to run a group augmentation plan for over 1,000 wells, you can imagine that I've been pretty busy. The Division of Water Resources staff have been incredibly busy. The subdistrict staff have been busy. All of us that are in a role of providing solutions for people to comply with the rules. And so compliance with the rules, maybe I'll back up a little bit just for Director Sakata's sake, although I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the rules are necessary because of the recognition that both the surface and the groundwater resources of the Rio Grande Basin are fully appropriated. And so at this juncture, all wells in the basin now have to replace their injury. And they can do that by either joining a groundwater management subdistrict, joining or creating their own augmentation plan, or shutting off. And so the third option is obviously not very exciting, not very appealing to folks. And so that's why those of us that run augmentation plans or subdistricts are totally swamped right now, trying to help people get into compliance with the rules. So I am looking forward to next Tuesday, hoping that maybe there will be a lull, and then I'm sure there are folks that haven't taken steps to be in compliance, and we'll be helping them out. But maybe Tuesday I can put my feet up for a minute. Other exciting news is that winter and spring is often construction season in the river before high flows, and we don't have as much icing as we do earlier in the season. So this is a pretty good time to get in the river. We found that willow transplants, when we do root wad transplants this time of year, they have a lot of success. And so we've got one big river restoration project that had some CWCB funding in construction right now near Alamosa. And that's really exciting because it's contiguous with two other big projects that also had CWCB funding. So we've got this huge swath of area that will be improved to have reduced erosion, so improved water quality, improved riparian area function, fish and wildlife habitat, and also recreation opportunity. And so pretty exciting. We always love to see that yellow equipment working around the river and making things better. Another notable thing is that our roundtable met on Tuesday, and for the first time we had our preview of all grants that might happen this year. And so to give the roundtable a heads up of what might be coming, so that members could be thinking about, what we've got on the horizon versus how much funds we have in our account. And so there were 4 grants presented, and they were all pretty great. So we'll stay tuned and see which ones get brought forward. But I think it's a start of a really good process, and it was really interesting to hear what people are working on for this year and what they're thinking about. And then the last thing on my report is I'm kind of vibrating with excitement over here to share that we have a new film. The San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District and American Rivers partnered on a film called Throughline, and it has been officially released this morning. So 46 minutes ago, it was released. And so I hope that you all will, if you're tweeters, if you're on Twitter, go to American Rivers Twitter page, or if you're on Facebook, go to the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District's page. It's also on American Rivers blog, and we'll be sharing it on the Protect San Luis Valley Water page. Hopefully it'll be all over and you'll get a chance to see it, but I can also shoot an email. It's a film about rivers and water management in the valley, and really sharing, I think, a beautiful story about how the river ties together communities throughout the valley, but then also through time, generations have been tied to this river, and we depend so much on it. And that's why we work so hard to protect it. And so anyway, I hope you'll take, I think it's 9 minutes long. It might be 12. I hope you'll take 12 minutes out of your day and watch it and enjoy it and share it with your friends, because we're really proud of it. And I think it's just one more way that we can share with folks who the people of the valley are and what we're up against, and how important water management is here. So please check it out. And I think that's my report. I would be remiss if I just didn't, thank staff. Of course, we've had had a really robust meeting. We've had our robust demand management workshop. So again, thank you to everybody for all your work in that and for all the behind the scenes stuff. Every single agenda item that we heard yesterday, it may have only been 20 or 30 minutes of conversation with the board, but it was clear that it had been weeks or months of work going into these topics. And so again, thank you all for your commitment to the agency and your professionalism and work in the community. And I sincerely hope that every single one of you know that you're making a difference for Colorado. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Dutton. Any questions for Heather? And Director Brown, thanks for posting that link in the chat.
Thank you.
So seeing no questions, we'll move on to 17C, Yampa White River Basin Director's Reports. Director Brown.
It's so weird to be near the top of the agenda. I don't know what to do with myself to give my report so early, everyone, but I will manage. So much like everyone else, I just wanted to give a thank you. Director Hawkins, you just did an amazing job, as everybody has said. And I just really appreciate your leadership through these times and can't wait to see all of you in person. It feels like with spring and the sun coming out that it reminds me of the Beatles song, Here Comes the Sun, like maybe we're breaking through and there's going to be better times ahead. And welcome to Director Sakata. Really excited to work with you. And thank you to Linda. Linda, I don't know if she's on, but I know that she and I haven't always seen eye to eye every single time on every single issue, but your professionalism and your ability to listen and provide feedback always gets us on the same page. And I just really respect you and all the work that you've done, and certainly will miss you and your love of animals. So best to you in your new adventures. Also, I wanted to just give a special thank you to Rob, and I'm sure Linda, for including ISF recommendations in the newspapers. I know it is tough, as we discussed ad nauseum at the rulemaking hearing, but I think it's really going to make a difference for our rural communities to have those in the papers when it's possible to get them in. And it's something that I look forward to sharing with folks in my area who've been requesting this for a long time. So it does make a big difference. And I just wanted to say thank you for considering it and for doing it even without being asked. Just thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. I wanted to also just really briefly say thank you to Director Mitchell, for implementing the code of conduct rules. I think that in this time that we're living in, and especially with Zoom and everybody having COVID fatigue, just the reminder that respect and decorum should be, at the top of our minds as we give everybody a break and move forward. I think it's just a really amazing thing. And I know everybody is really tired of being on camera and on Zoom and doing all of this, but I really appreciate you just giving that reminder to us all that first and foremost, we want to create relationships and makes the hard conversations that we're going to have a lot easier to have when there's a line of communication there that's based on respect. So thank you for that. Director Ryan already talked about overappropriation of the Yampa. I encourage you to read the Alan Best article if you're interested. So I won't belabor that point. I'm also going to put in the chat here for some Basin Roundtable updates that our Big River Committee did take the principles or concepts to the roundtable last night and ratified this document, so it is ready for prime time. A huge thank you to that group of people. that spent a lot of time and are eager to continue looking at solutions and talking about demand management. I think it's been very educational to both our roundtable, but also to the folks that come and join us, members of the public, to hear the discussion when we're able to have it, even though, again, it can be clumsy, as it is for all of us a little bit. So I will post that here in the chat in a minute. Just a couple highlights I wanted to share with you from my basin as well is that the Yampa River Integrated Water Management Plan, which is our term for the stream management plan, has been just an amazing process. Nicole Seltzer has been doing a great job herding us all, herding like as in herding cats, not hurting us. And we have gotten through the diversion assessment reports, which I think I've talked about here before. I just really am proud of this particular aspect of the IWMP. It really allowed the Basin Roundtable and our consultants to get out and work directly with irrigators and see the issues on the ground that we're dealing with. And some of the assessments, people, when we did them, they had the choice whether to make them public or not. And some people said yes to that. And so they're included in the diversion assessment report, which is just going to be invaluable to us as we prioritize our projects going forward. That process has just turned out so amazing, and it's going to be such a great asset for our basin. And I think that other members of our larger Yampa White Green / Little Snake community have noticed that White River, we approved from the consent agenda yesterday their sort of phase 2, which is the actual organization and implementation of their version of the integrated water management plan. And then last night on the Basin Roundtable call, the Little Snake was brought up as maybe wanting to look at some of these issues as well. So I can say that I think the stream management plan program in general to the state is yet another tool for us to be able to recognize and prioritize what will make our basin successful in agriculture and in water sharing, and be able to keep our communities and their livelihoods going as we face the challenges that we have, whether it's drought or aging infrastructure, all of those issues. And then finally, I wanted to just highlight the 3 grants that we approved coming to CWCB, which are just really amazing grants as well. A Maybell ditch telemetry project, which is going to work in tandem with the new diversion that's going to be put in at the Maybell Irrigators District diversion spot. And that is one of the largest, if not the largest, agricultural diversion on the Yampa. And it is also in the part of the river, in the lower river, that gets used for recreation as well. So it's going to be a recreation-friendly diversion, and it's just a very exciting project. Kudos to Mike Camblin as the president of Maybell's Irrigators District and TNC for their work on that. Also, Craig Diversion Park. So this is a whitewater park that Craig has been looking at doing, gosh, I bet 7 years it's been. And so we approved the funding request to come to CWCB for this project, which will do the initial engineering. And if they're able to do the full project as it's sort of laid out now, it's just going to be an incredible asset to the river and to the community there. And finally, a rehab project on Sheriff's Reservoir, which is a dam that serves the small community of Oak Creek, where I reside. So it's been a long time coming. They haven't been able to fill that. It's going to be all 3 are great examples of what our roundtables are doing with their time. And that's all. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Brown? Hearing none, thank you, Director Brown. And let's move on to item 17D, Colorado River Main Stem. Director Schwartz. You're muted, Director Schwartz.
As I said, can you hear me? Is my volume okay and you can hear me? Good. Well, again, I would like to also thank both Director Hawkins for her really strong leadership and ability to adapt to the circumstances of the last year, and to think a year ago we actually were in person, and I think as Director Gibbs mentioned, the kind of the anxiety in the room, the unknowns at the time. We had our picture taken, but that was a long time ago, and yet I think that we've continued to step up under Director Hawkins' leadership, and thank you for that. And then also best wishes to Director Brody and Director Brown in the next year, and your ability to continue to work with this board, and I think the important work that needs to be done. And welcome Director Sakata. So I am excited to work with you. I think that we worked for quite closely during my time at the legislature, and really appreciated your steady hand and your demeanor in terms of being part of important conversations, and that I think have really shaped water policy in the state, and not just in your region, but statewide. So welcome, and look forward to having the chance to work together going forward. And then I also just a huge thank you to Linda Bassi, again, another person, and since 2007, really finding her to be someone that I've learned so much from, and have been, and in part is my dedication to in-stream flows and what it means to so many parts of this state, to our economies, to the health of our rivers, riparian areas, to our fish populations, all of that in-stream flows can be. And Linda, thank you for taking time to come out. And I know we'll have an opportunity for other thank yous for you, but I so remember your coming and being present in our communities and explaining the value of in-stream flows. And that is a really important piece of the community and the water community more broadly, understanding what in-stream flows means to the state overall. So thank you for your incredible dedication to Colorado. So I will just in quick summary talk about our having our last roundtable meeting was as we were having our last meeting in January. And the news that was being delivered there by Dave Cancer of the River District talked about this being the driest period on record for when it came into certainly the flows going into Lake Powell, and the driest period for since record keeping 100 years ago. That is really I think quite significant for us to reflect on. Obviously, we had a little bump up in February, but overall, talking about where we are and where we need to be, and I think we need to take to heart this data that's being presented to us. We can talk about that a little further. The other presentation was on the report by Paul Boucher and his project with Perry Cabot, Dr. Cabot, on conserved consumptive use, and his report, and really talking about the fact that the project was a total success for phase one, and this next phase two will last through 2024, and the data that will be involved in that collection. So as of the grant, obviously, that we've looked at for phase two, and then talking about the cost of phase one of $650,000. and what success that it did and what information it's given us. And I know we're all aware of the project and the value of the project, but understanding it's not a demand management project, but it's a study of crop water consumption in high altitudes, and that it really then being able to assess the treatment to restore the fields that were included, the amount of acreage that was dedicated to the study, and then looking at the impacts, broader impacts of riparian area and wildlife habitat. So I think that all in all, I just want to thank Paul, his family, and the willingness to be part of a really big conversation and that leadership they've demonstrated. And then the CWCB, thanks Sam Stein for his report and discussion at the roundtable. And then recognizing that as we're looking at the BIP update and projects in the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 areas and talking about those projects and prioritizing them going forward, that and also the fact that forest health is being emphasized. I'm particularly grateful. I think that those are conversations certainly I've been part of for the last 15 years, that forest health is critical, forest health industries are critical, and how can we support that? And I'm grateful to see the priority given to those projects, and not only just the reclamation, but what that means to stream management going forward. Then on February 22nd, the Next Steps Committee met again to talk about snowpack issues and water flow issues, but then the recommendations for the projects tier 1 and tier 2, and what those projects are going to mean to the different basins being broken out for Grand County, Summit County, Eagle County. Roaring Fork didn't have a tier 1, but the Middle Colorado and Grand Valley. So these are all really important conversations, what it's going to mean to our region going forward. But I just wanted to talk in particular about the fact that we have had really important work being done in the Middle Colorado, and just credit to the Middle Colorado Watershed Council and what they have done to in their study. And I think that is a really, really critical piece that they have taken and put together a very comprehensive study. And I'm sorry, I'm just losing my piece of paper here, but it is that, forgive me, I'm just going to make sure I get everything correct, that it'll be that whole section of the Middle Colorado, and what they did was they divided Middle Colorado into 3 sections: the upper section, Middle Colorado from Glenwood Canyon to Newcastle, the middle section from the Middle Colorado River, Newcastle to Rifle, and then the lower section from Middle Colorado River from Rifle to Beck. And then they had recommendations for watershed-wide actions, and that is really important when it comes to looking at the habitat protection and protection of water flows, and certainly water rights and ag. So I think that we're so grateful for everyone's collaboration and the time and the work that came together and the recommendations, but they were very effective in identifying their needs, their risks, and their future management skills. So that is a collaborative effort, not just on the Watershed Council, but the Mount Sopris, the Book Cliffs, and the Southside Conservation Districts coming together. And want to wish Paula Stepp good luck as she has taken over the reins with that Watershed Council, and now has the tool of the Middle Colorado Integrated Water Management Plan to guide their work going forward. So just lastly, I think that what is of conversation to the roundtable is looking into the future and what these other big projects coming on, the Windy Gap firming, the Moffat firming, Eagle River MOU, and what that's going to mean to the headwaters. And those are, I think, ongoing questions. And then also the opportunity for, as we're looking at climate issues, the coordinated releases for stream health as we look at all of our big buckets up here and what that can mean to stream health moving forward, and in particular to the lake flows and the health of our rivers, the temperatures in our rivers, and certainly the health of our brown trout and what it's going to mean long term to those to the importance of trout, meaning that's relates to our economies and what important areas like the frying pan and so forth and the Colorado River. But the fish passage structures that are being invested in at this point in time is important, and also the recognition of the water quality. So I also want to just acknowledge the Center for Colorado River Studies, and we all have gotten this information and their white papers, and folks that we know well, Eric Kuhn and Brad Udall, coming together and looking at what the significance of the climate intersecting, certainly with temperatures and water flows and also demand and consumptive use going forward. I think creating that awareness as we are looking at changing supplies and how we need to adapt and with demand management tools. And I think that underscores the importance of the work that we're doing and what do those tools look like. But I think, as we mentioned yesterday, when we compare our framework to what are we comparing that to? Well, I think we're going to be comparing it to some of the critical data that's coming forward about future flows in the river. I also want to acknowledge, even though it's over the hill, but Dr. Kenneth Williams and his work on the ground, because he lives in Carbondale, but he's doing in the Crested Butte area, and that showing the relationship between snowpack and runoff. So taking the LIDAR data and doing real on the ground data, and how we're seeing as little as 52% of the of 100% snowpack actually getting in the streams and being impacted by the dry soil. So a lot of conversations. I think people are really aware of where we're going, and I want to just thank the CWCB and staff for your continued hard work, your continued hard work at the agency level, but also throughout the state and on the ground with our different roundtables, in particular, the ones in the Colorado River Basin here. So I will conclude mine. I didn't put up any slides today, which makes my report super boring, but I do have to share the good news and the fact that I have a 1-week-old granddaughter that was just born in Vermont. And so we are just super happy, as is her parents and her big brother, who's 2 years old. So that's the good news in my family, and I just wanted to share that. Next time we'll have some cute pictures. So thank you.
Congratulations, Director Schwartz. And yes, we want to see baby pictures at the next CWCB meeting in May. That's wonderful news. And thank you for your very informative report. It was not boring at all. Any questions for Director Schwartz? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item 17E, San Juan, San Miguel, Dolores River Basin Director's Report. Director Hawkins.
Thank you. I wanted to start my report by just saying how glad I am to see the new leadership of the board. So Director Brody, thank you for all of your support. It has been very welcome that I know when I lose my internet connection, you have been there to take over the meetings for me. So thank you. And Director Brown, really looking forward to your leadership as well. Wanted to welcome Director Sakata. Your reputation precedes you. We are thrilled to have you with us. Just really looking forward to serving with you and hopefully meeting you in person soon. So very, very warm welcome and look forward to it. I'm not quite sure how to do the section of the report to thank staff because I feel like we have so much work going on. So I do want to recognize a few people, but know that I appreciate the work of all the staff. Linda, I don't want to say goodbye at this meeting, but just wanted to note that you are leaving some very big shoes to fill. And I feel like COVID has robbed us of a whole year of getting to see your enthusiasm out in the field, especially when we see animals. So thank you for your service, and hopefully we can find someone to fill your shoes. Just wanted to acknowledge that the finance staff in the AG's office have been working really hard on a number of fronts. Your work is very appreciated. I've appreciated extra time that you have taken with me over the last few months. And then I wanted to thank Kevin Hauk and really a lot of other partners, including La Plata County, for advancing work on the radar in the Four Corners area. That's a really important project, not just for water, but for public safety and all kinds of other issues in the region. So thank you for your work on that. One of the reasons I didn't do slides for today is that Michelle did an excellent job yesterday explaining what's going on with the snowpack and the snow water equivalent in my basin. We have not been blessed with the same moisture that the other parts of the state have received in February. So we're going into another season with really low soil moisture, concerns about everything from water supply to watershed health. We hit a second record low on the Animas River recently. It's not good to see that sort of in the winter and spring months. So I think that reservoir managers are working really hard right now. Water users are working really hard right now. We're sort of bracing for another tough year and hoping that we'll get the monsoonal pattern. Our roundtable has been busy. We have been meeting monthly, sort of alternating our regular business with the basin implementation planning work. Lots of discussion about planning, funding, Colorado River issues, and other things. I wanted to thank Director Mitchell for attending our last roundtable meeting, and in particular for bringing the code of conduct. Unprofessional behavior and personal attacks have no place in our community, and I really hope that that discussion advances on a statewide level. We also have a lot of work out in the water community going on. There's 3 basins with active stream management planning processes. You saw some projects in the consent agenda yesterday that are moving forward. They range from the 3rd phase of the Upper San Juan Integrated Water Management Plan to a really exciting riverfront project in Natarita. So a lot of planning work, a lot of project work advancing, and just really excited to see how much is going on in the basin. I wanted to spend the rest of my report talking a little bit about our water information program. Elaine Chick has been doing a phenomenal job this year, and just wanted to note, it's been really hard to pivot into the virtual space while doing water education work. And there were a couple of things that I just wanted to highlight for you today. One is that program puts on a water law in a nutshell course, and it had to pivot into the virtual space this year. And it was so successful that they sold out 2 sessions. So they had a session, they added a session, both of them sold out. So lots of interest, lots of people learning in our basin. Again, we host a children's water festival every year. It's one of my favorite events. We can't do it right now with COVID, but we've pivoted that into a water cycle drawing contest that has been really successful. So Elaine and the WIP steering committee are just finding innovative ways to continue water education in the basin. I also mentioned last time that we have a new and our first roundtable video, and that is on the WIP webpage. And again, I don't want to take the 11 or 12 minutes of the board meeting to show it to you, but I would encourage you all to see it. So thank you, and I will take any questions.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll just say it sounds like we need to plan a CWCB movie night to see all the great films that you all have been producing in your basins. That'd be fun. All right, we'll move on to item 17F, Gunnison River Basin Director's Report. Director Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some slides here. I might start by saying I'm pleased with the new chairs of our organization, and I thank you. I would salute Linda Bassi also. Appreciated her in my time on this board, and I think we've got some big shoes to fill there. And of course, a special salute to a fellow farmer in Robert Cicada. Welcome aboard, Robert. I'm certain we'll get along fine. We both know what a 30-inch corn row looks like, so congratulations on your appointment. You could just move to the next slide. This is a slide of the drought in Colorado. We have seen some lessening of the drought, although it's certainly not good. You can see the Gunnison Basin is right in the center of some of the darkest colors on the map, and it's really hard for me to believe. 2 years ago, the state, for one of the first times, was completely drought-free, and what a difference a couple years make in this situation. Vivian, you could go on to the next slide. This is the snow totals for all of the Gunnison Basin. The dark blue line is this year, 2021. You can see that we haven't even gotten as high as we were a year ago at the green line, and it's approaching where we were in 2018, which was a really dry year in this basin. I often say I have the best job I've ever had for a paycheck currently, and it's a lot of fun, but it's certainly a lot more fun when you have some ammunition, and we're certainly set up to struggle there this year. My project does essentially have a full storage at Taylor Park, and with the agreements in place at Ridgeway, those are basically renewed on the new water years. So, but we're set up for a challenging season. I would say that farmers in my valley are well aware of this, and I have promised them that as news comes forward with our supply, that I will get that out to them so they can make decisions. We're accustomed to this in the Gunnison Basin. The farmers, as you've heard me say before, become better farmers in these situations. Personally, in a good water year, I get home of the evening after a long day working, and probably ought to go change some water. Well, in a good water year, I says, it'll be okay until the morning. Well, in a dry year, you don't take those luxuries. You go get your shovel behind that water and get it through. You could go to the last slide, Vivian, if you would. I did want to make a few comments. The Gunnison Basin Roundtable BIP Committee has worked very diligently. I believe, and I wasn't part of the last Colorado Water Plan. I was farming in those days, but I do want to point out that I think that the organization hiring a local expert, at least in my basin, has worked out very well, and we've got a long project list and some very good projects have come forward, and look to bring those to reality, and hopefully that's the case. I would like to thank, and I'm not going to try to list all of them because I'd probably miss someone, but there is a core group on the Gunnison Basin Roundtable, and most of them are part of our BIP committee, and they work diligently for the sake of everybody in the Gunnison Basin, and I thank you. On an IBCC note, Mark Rover won the election for our representative to the IBCC. He is a past member of our roundtable. He served as Delta County Commissioner until term limits took him out of that job. He's also been active in what we term a Land and Water Committee, which was basically an outgrowth of Water for the Future group that was primarily Tri-County Water and my organization, Uncompahgre Valley Water Users. So Mark's no stranger to this, and I look forward to working with him, and I'm certainly he brings and understands the issues of water in the Gunnison Basin. With that, next week we're going to start watering up our project. Our onion farmers are the first ones that get nervous for water, but also all the forage crops with the drought conditions. The grass and alfalfa hays need water. It takes us about 10 days to get our system completely charged up, and we'll get started next week. And that's a job, let me tell you. 600 miles of canals and laterals to clear all the trash out of. And we're working right now, pre-burning ditches and making the last adjustments to structures that we repaired over the winter. So it's all hands on deck. As my father says, it's he worked from can't see to can't see, and I've got a great crew here, and I'm certain they're up to the task again. I would like to talk a little bit about, in just closing, talk about reservoir operations. I certainly enjoyed Michelle Garrison's report on the situations in the Colorado Basin yesterday. Just a couple of comments. At Taylor, the releases from Taylor are governed by a court decree. There is an in-stream flow on Taylor that's not held by the Conservation Board. It's held by a local rancher, if you will, in the Taylor area. That comes into play at times. The releases are also no longer for agriculture because we in the Upper Gunnison Water Conservation District are party with the Bureau of Reclamation, and everything changed with Aspinall unit. And basically, my association has storage rights in the Aspinall unit. So we no longer ramp Taylor up in the summertime as an irrigation reservoir. It's operated for the recreationalists, both on the lake and in the river below, and of course the river floaters. They all have a say in how that runs, and don't let me leave out the ranchers in the Gunnison Basin and in the Upper Gunnison there. They all have a voice in that, and amazingly enough, it works. All the parties get together and make concessions and come to a agreement about how the reservoir will operate during the summer. Ridgeway, our other place we have storage, we own some storage in, my association owns storage in Reservoir. We also are the supplier to Project 7, which provides all the domestic water in the valley. And as we fill their reservoir with Gunnison River water, we receive credits in Ridgeway Reservoir. We have, in the last year, particularly after last year with our experience with the April hole, and you've heard me speak of that before, that's when the snowpack doesn't, in the spring of the year, doesn't keep up with our demand. We use stored water in Ridgeway to make up for that. And we have now set up a group that basically consists of the Bureau of Reclamation, Tri-County, and my association, and developed operating criteria for Ridgeway. And basically, it's how we're going to count should we experience an April hole. And I guess I would say that although it's not guaranteed, it depends on how the water comes out of the snow this year, but there's a better than average chance that we will experience another April hole. And this really has only happened 4 times in the last, since 2002. And we experienced it last year, we experienced in 2017. So it's trying times, and hopefully everything will work out good this year. That's the end of my remarks. I would try to answer any questions anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Any questions? Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you, and wish you well with all your busy spring activities. All right, let's move on to 17G, North Platte River Basin Director's Report. Director Trick.
Thank you. One thing about giving the director's report near the end of the list is that usually someone else has already said what you want to say and has already said it likely better. But since there have been a lot of changes since our last meeting, I will add my round of thanks and congratulations, similar to what's already been stated so well. I'll start with the Director Hawkins. Thank you for chairing us through our Zoom transition and seeing us through this tough time. And congratulations to Director Brody for assuming the gavel and Director Brown for Vice Chair. And also wanted to say welcome to Director Sakata. I look forward to serving with you, and I hope that not too many meetings go by before we actually get to see you in person. And congrats to Amy Moyer and Linda Bassi on both of your planned transitions. And thank you very much both for your hard work and service to this board and to the state of Colorado. And just moving on with a few more thank yous, and then I'll get into my main update. But I just really wanted to say thanks to Director George and the IBCC for all your continued hard work regarding demand management and Colorado River issues. I was able to rewatch your February meeting on the YouTube replay, and I thought it was a really great discussion, and I'm glad that I was able to get access to that to be able to listen in on to what happened at your guys' February meeting discussion. And also thank you to the Yampa White Roundtable members for your feedback and your hard work on the demand management statement that you have released. I know that all of the work done there will assist our board in the ongoing demand management efforts. So I just wanted to recognize all the time and effort that went into that document with everybody over there in Jackie Brown's Basin. So moving on to updates here in the North Platte Basin here today, I believe we're at about 88% to 90% of normal for snowpack, which we're really grateful for. And we're fortunate to have that right now, because I know other areas of the state are not quite high as that at this point. But we're still hoping that runoff isn't too early, like Director Anderson just mentioned with the April hole. We hope we don't get one of those either. And we got a little bit of snow in the storm yesterday, but we would definitely welcome more, as I'm sure all of you would as well. So we will keep our fingers crossed for more snowfall in the upcoming weeks and more snow days too. The aerial cloud seeding program is still in effect currently, and that will be operational through April 15th. So I won't mention too much else about that yet, but I will try to provide a rundown of the 2020-2021 season and an update following the end of that program year, which, like I said, will be April 15th. So I'll just try to keep it short and end with a quick update on the North Platte Roundtable. So the Roundtable will be meeting on March 23rd from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. They're going to be considering numerous WSRF applications at that meeting. So I am sure that our board will be seeing maybe a few of those come through in a near future meeting. So please check the web announcement information if you are interested in calling in or zooming into that meeting, and for any further information on the agenda for March 23rd. And that's my report. I'll take any questions, and otherwise I'll just keep it short. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Trick. Are there any questions? Seeing none, let's continue our journey along the South Platte and move over to the South Platte River Basin Director's Report. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first, thanks everybody for your warm welcome. I am really looking forward to getting to know all of you. And once this pandemic is behind us, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to be reaching out. And there's so many parts of Colorado. Being a Colorado native, it's so strange not to have visited so much of Colorado. So I plan to come visit every one of you is my goal, and learn more about each of your basins. So watch out there. I hope you know what you've gotten yourself into. But with the Senate hearing last Thursday, to the overwhelming board orientation on Monday afternoon, and the realization that I had 2,100 pages to read for this meeting, it's been a whirlwind, to say the least, for this what's going on now. So thanks a lot, Director Mitchell. And I want you to know Julie is still mad at you. So today I don't have a formal presentation, but I would like to take this opportunity to share a couple thoughts with you. And first is that return flows are critically important. And that's my way of saying thank you so much publicly to Director Yon. Jim Yon had served was really dedicated and served unselfishly on the CWCB, and I have some huge boots to fill. But I'm comforted knowing that he's really willing to help me out as being the new person on the board, and his involvement in the water world is definitely not slowing down. While he's a key participant in the South Platte Basin Roundtable and is their IBCC representative, so our paths are going to continue to cross, and I think we're very fortunate because of that. And my second point is my apologies to Directors Trick and Anderson, who heard this story at our confirmation hearing last week. But as Director Gibbs indicated yesterday, my father has a tremendous story of coming to Colorado literally with nothing after being released from the Japanese internment camp that he was being held at in Utah. And then along with my mom and some really wonderful employees, they built up a nationally recognized vegetable farming operation. But when I graduated high school, the last thing I wanted to be was a farmer. And I think it partly was because I saw how hard my parents had to work. But later on through my life experiences, which I have to admit my parents probably very quietly were questioned, but were always supportive, I came to realize that the main reason at that time in my life that I wasn't ready to be on the farm was that paralyzing feeling that the business decisions that I was going to be asked to make could have tremendous consequences on the families of our employees who I had literally grown up with. But I was very fortunate to have a wide-ranging life experiences, including working in a molecular biology research lab in Boulder, to teaching skiing up in Steamboat Springs, and I've come to realize that the most appropriate decisions aren't made in a vacuum. So when I was approached about serving with all of you on this board, I was really hesitant, thinking about what could me, a simple farmer, offer to the tremendously important task that we have before us. But then I thought more about it, and with one day of CWCB now behind me, it kind of confirms what I was thinking, that the more diversity of thought and experience that we can bring forward in our discussion, it may not always result in quote unquote the best decision, but it kind of depends on how we define best, of course. But it's I think what's most important is that respectful and thoughtful process of how we get there. And I think it's also so important for each basin to learn from each other. To Director Dutton's point, on our farm, as Director Ryan knows, back in 2002, several of our wells were red tagged and shut down because we didn't have adequate augmentation plans along the South Platte. So there were numerous times that I visited with Senator Simpson and, went down to the valley to talk with farmers and really congratulated them on the hard work and tremendously hard work that they were doing. Because otherwise they were going to wake up one morning and see red tags on their wells. And Madam Chair, yesterday, when you talked about failing forward, I think that's how you said it, failing forward, that really touched me because your comment is so much more eloquent. And I hope my dad's not listening, but so much more eloquent than what my father continually tells me, because the way he puts it, he says, darn it, Robert, just make a decision and then make it the right one or change it. So I hope that you all don't mind the baling wire and duct tape that I will bring to the process as a farmer. Because now being back on the farm, I realize that I, along with less than 2%, and I'll repeat that because I think some of you guys are aware of this, farmers and ranchers are less than 2% of the population, but we have the best job in the world, all the while caring for the precious resources that are important to all Coloradoans. So thanks to the CWCB staff for reaching out to us. Not only are there not very many of us farmers and ranchers anymore, but so many of us like to stay anonymous, so it's hard to be in contact with us. So as a reminder, next Wednesday, the Colorado Water Plan Workshop will be focusing on agriculture infrastructure. So be sure to get the word out about that. We really want to get farmers and ranchers involved in that. So needless to say, as you can probably tell from the tenor of my voice, I'm really thrilled to learn from all of the great minds, as Director Ryan said yesterday, that are around this virtual table. But not only that, around the whole state working on water issues. And in closing, I was going to look, I don't think Megan Holcomb has joined us. So Director Mitchell, you'll have to pass this on to her, but I would respectfully request permission to join the Water Weirdo Club, I think, as she put it. So thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, directors. I really am looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Director Sakata. Any questions for Director Sakata? Well, I just want to say I'm confident that our board's process and decision-making will be better and richer for your participation. So thank you for bringing your voice and your perspectives and your experience to this board. And yeah, looking forward to getting to welcome you in person sometime soon. All right, last but not least, let's move on to the Arkansas River Basin Director's Report. Director Felt.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess like everyone, I want to start off by thanking Director Hawkins for her very challenging year of service. This job of chairing the CWCB seems like a tough, challenging job under any circumstances. Doing it on Zoom, doing it in challenging water year, doing it with a youngster pulling at your pant leg, doing it from afar. I mean, I really appreciate what you went through. I know you've been under a lot of stress, and but you've carried it off really gracefully, and I know we all appreciate it. So thank you. Director Brody, Director Brown, I'm excited to move forward with the two of you as well. You're a great team, I think, and just know that I'm there for you 100% to however I can help you with, making this a great year or two and keeping things moving forward. I really want to welcome Director Sakata. Your name and reputation precede you, and I will miss Director Jan, but he has already informed me he's coming up to the Arkansas to do some rafting this summer, so hopefully we'll have the water to support that, but I'll look forward to your visit too, and to getting to know you soon. This day or these 2 days are a powerful anniversary for me. A year ago is when I came on the board. My Senate hearing was done in absentia because I don't remember why. Something, I think it had to do with guns probably, but it was something in the legislature that day that the hearing happened at like 11 p.m. or something. So they sent me home. So I missed that. And then I came to what now seems like the really exotic destination of a hotel in Lakewood for my first CWCB meeting, and it was a really powerful experience. Like many of you I met for the first time, some like Dan Gibbs or Director George I hadn't seen in years, and was, just felt really happy to be back among you. And I may have noted this earlier or over the last year, but that day, the Thursday of March, the March meeting, I think it was the 12th last year, was a really powerful day. That meeting started off with a long discussion about COVID by Dan Gibbs. I thought, am I in the right board here? This seems more like CDPHE than CWCB. He went on for 45 minutes talking about this disease, and I was just kind of shaking my head. And then my phone buzzed later that morning and, was talking about events back in Chaffee County that were happening just by the hour. Things were changing. It was a really dynamic time. The last handshake that I had was that day, and it came from Russ George, I'm very proud to say. And I went about 6 months before I had another handshake. So it carried me a long distance. When I left that meeting this day a year ago, I raced home to Chaffee County. We had what my county administrator called a roundtable meeting, and I wasn't really sure what he meant. I literally walked into the chambers at 4 p.m. exactly, and it was completely full. The room was completely full. The mayors, the county administrators, city administrators, school superintendents, city council members, all kinds of department heads, and it was kind of crazy. People were very concerned, but they hadn't heard all the stuff I had heard from Dan Gibbs and others. And so after some discussion, I said, well, I think I should do a declaration of disaster emergency, which is a statutory thing that gets the money flowing and just allows for a lot of different things to happen. And looked around the room and everybody shook their head. No, they weren't there yet. And so I kind of stepped back and I said, I got to do this. We got to do this together. So I guess I won't do it. The next morning I went ahead and did it anyway. And that group never met in person again, but met every day thereafter, every workday thereafter for March, April, and May, and has met twice a week, since June, for about an hour at a time. Our meeting on Tuesday, we had 45 people in attendance, including our representatives from Senator Bennett's office, Senator Hickenlooper's office, and Congressman Lamborn's office. It's very well attended. And, Robert mentioned, I think, not making decisions in a vacuum. That's what we've been doing, is trying not to make decisions in a vacuum down here, but to really put all our heads together and all stay aligned and working together. And it's required quite a bit of patience and grace and collaboration. I will tell you, I've had to shut down businesses that are owned by friends, and I've had to enforce the regulations and the public health orders against friends. I've had threats. More importantly, I've had to defend county staff against threats, including our beloved public health director. When you're a county commissioner, it really is a unique job, especially in a rural county. You you have this authority, you have this responsibility, but different from the governor, let's say, you have this accessibility. Everywhere you go, people can come up to you and buttonhole you or punch you or slap you on the back, whatever the case may be. And it's been just an incredibly challenging year for me. I'm just sharing that with you, because it's the anniversary of it. I also realized last night as I was thinking about this that I have what's kind of the emotional equivalent of an ice dam inside of me, and it's spring, and I feel like that dam is starting to give way, and I kind of feel like, whoa, it's too early, I gotta stay solid here and just keep forging ahead. So I'm gonna stop talking about this stuff there because I don't want to have one of these CWCB meltdown events today that periodically seem to occur. But I just do want to share with all of you that I know everybody's had their challenges, but mine is forever connected in my mind to all of you in that day in Lakewood. So I think about you more often than you might think because of that. I do, though, also want to maybe just share a few thoughts of sort of introspection about CWCB, what I have experienced in the last year. One thing I didn't notice a year ago was how big Linda Bassey's feet are, but apparently they are pretty big because clearly everyone seemed to mention the big shoes that she's leaving behind. So Linda, you really hide that well. I didn't even notice, but thank you to her and to Amy. As they move on to new things, that's really great and exciting for them. But I really want to thank the staff of CWCB. I had no idea how accessible they would be, and this goes for the AG's office too, particularly Amy and Lane and Phil. Really, I can't believe how many phone calls I've had or Zoom meetings I've had this year with staff. That some of which was trying to teach me about things that I didn't know about, but also being there as in support of the Arkansas and the Arkansas Basin and the decisions and challenges that we have here. Russ Sands and Sam Stein have really been great working with our roundtable and this whole IBCC or Basin Implementation Plan, I should say, update. They've just been really great. But I've learned a lot from the outreach of the folks on the staff, and I think one of the situations that maybe best speaks to that commitment was in July when we had kind of our one monsoon storm last summer that hit the Decker Fire burn scar. And we did have mud and ash coming down Bear Creek and another dry wash into the Arkansas River. And just texting back and forth with Kevin Houck at like 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning. It was just such a clear expression of, I think, the concern and the dedication of the entire CWCB staff. I'll just never forget that, and really feeling like, wow, people can badmouth bureaucrats all they want, but they don't really realize how committed people are in government so often to the welfare and benefit of their communities and their state. And that was just really representative and really empowering to me because it made me feel like, hey, you know what? I can call any of the people on this list if I've got an issue, and they really do care, and they're not going to be put out. They've actually demonstrated real enthusiasm for sort of digging in with the board members. So I really appreciate that. We're not out of the woods yet, obviously, with our climate issues, with our water issues this year, with our virus issues, with our economic issues. So many challenges that we face. But as I've always said in my career as a fly fishing outfitter and as somebody who's there to sort of coach and encourage a staff of about 24 fishing guides that work with us, we don't learn much on a 50 fish day. The growth comes from adversity. I recently heard this little phrase, post-traumatic growth. I think there's some real meaning there. And as I thought about that ice dam that I have to deal with, really, I think what's going to come out of that is a bit of a flood and a bit of erosive effect on my soul, perhaps, but ultimately a nourishing and an irrigation of the thoughts and personal growth that are embedded in all of these experiences that all happen to occur at once. I'm speaking for myself, but I don't think I'm speaking for myself alone. I've had conversations with many of you this year that to me reflect that we all have had our a version of an incredible growth opportunity embedded in all kinds of challenge. And so I just encourage everybody to be kind to themselves in that regard. Remember that that's what's going on, both with yourself and with everybody else, whether they're on this board or just on this call, or maybe across the table from you, upset with you about what it is that may be going on that you're having to deal with. I don't really have too much to say about the Arkansas River Basin specifically today. It's going okay, below average, but we're not in the depths at this point. And, there's a lot of good work being done. I'll look forward to talking about that in May, and we'll certainly have a better projection on what the water situation will be for all of us. But I thank you for allowing me to share this with you and to share the last year with you. And I just want to give you all encouragement and appreciation. We're going to end up in a better place eventually for all the struggles that we've had. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Felt, for that very heartfelt report. Any questions for Director Felt? Director Hawkins.
It's not a question. I just really wanted to thank you for that heartfelt and courageous report. And thank you for your incredible service, both to this board, but also to your county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Celine.
I'll go out on a small limb here, and I think I speak for all of us when I say that, as Director Hawkins mentioned, we are so grateful to you, to all of the local county public health officials, public health directors, county commissioners, mayors, who have really been on the front lines of this pandemic, trying to make the best decisions they can, oftentimes with far from perfect information, but honestly doing the very best they can every day to protect the health and welfare of their communities, and also to our officials at the state, the governor's office, CDPHE, DNR, everyone who, again, has really just tried to do the absolute best they can to look out for the people of the state. So thank you to you and to all of your local colleagues, and to all of those across the state who have really been in the trenches over the last year, and know that we're here for you when that ice dam breaks.
On behalf of all of them, I thank you for that.
All right. So that brings us to our morning break. We're running a few minutes ahead of schedule, but let's go ahead and plan to come back promptly at 10:15. And at that point, we'll be turning it over to our finance section. Thank you.
Madam Chair, mic check. Can you hear me?
You're good. Thank you. So it is 10:15. Viola, are we ready to go back on the record?
I was just on the phone with her. She's getting us back on the record.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we are ready to go.
Is it? Oh,
Go ahead, Jack.
I was just going to ask what the weather was doing on the Front Range with all these huge storm warnings.
It's sunny for the moment, but I think the latest forecast I saw for Denver Metro was 15 to 25 inches. So,
Did you see up by Estes Park 90 inches?
well, and it sounds like we're going to be in a snowy pattern for the week. My husband was describing this as Snowmageddon 2021 with kids stuck in the house. So,
well, we'll take it even if it comes in dumps.
Right. All right. So welcome back, everyone. We are on item 18, financial matters, construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund update. Kirk.
Well, once again, I'm struggling with some microphone issues. I can't. All right, are you good? Can you hear me? All right, I am needing to share my screen here. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief, and agenda item, what are we on? Agenda item 18 is the cash management report. And before I jump into that, I need to thank, as you've seen on the agenda, this is an enormous list of new loans. And when that happens, there's a lot of work that is done behind the scenes to get it to this point. And as you all know, seems like yesterday we had a board meeting, the end of January. Our application due date is February 1 for all these loans. And so a lot of these, we really had no work prior on these loans. And so there was about 3 weeks of hurry up offense to get them where they are. And not only the finance staff is involved in the review of these loans, but also I want to recognize Jen Mealy. She's the Attorney General's office that works with the finance staff as these loans get processed and reviewing them from a legal standpoint, making sure we adhere with statute and policy. And not only that, but Anna Moss, she was with the finance for years and provides review assistance as we go through these. And also Linda Bassey. I'm getting a note here that says I might have some audio issues. Are you still good with me, sound-wise? Okay. Linda Bassey provides a connection to the in-stream flow program as well, and she's also been instrumental in the loan program, and I'll talk more about her at the next board meeting because I'm still hoping that she'll change her mind in her retirement plans. But yeah, again, there's been a lot of long nights or long days and weekend work to get these 8+ loans to the board, and there were a couple loans that were actually on the list that dropped off. So it's just been a heavy workload. So appreciate the staff and all their effort. And if and when these are approved at this meeting, those do go through the contracting process. And so that slug of work continues through the system. Again, Director Sakata, welcome. This particular agenda item is our opportunity to show the directors the status of the funds. I call it a look at the credit or the checkbook balance. We started doing this back in 2009-10 when the budget crisis hit the state, and about $170 million was swept out of the two funds. And you know, we just started watching the bottom line, and it's important to know that these two funds total about $950 million of loan portfolio and grant funding opportunities. And I'm happy to work with you offline if there's some deeper questions that you'd like me to share on how we manage these funds and what the program is about. That orientation that we did was, I'm sure, a fire hose approach to trying to understand all that CWCB does. So the premise of the presentation of the two funds is that we want to show the board that we would honor all of our financial commitments, and that being loans that have been previously approved by the legislature, grants that have been approved, the operational activities of CWCB. And so we use the term unreserved cash balance. That's what you see at the top of your screen. And that unreserved is indicating that if every commitment that we have made were to come to the door tomorrow, and actually that is a dated number, that's what we started this fiscal year on July 1st with, that's what we would have available for new opportunities. They obviously will not come in all at once, and so there is a significant conservative approach to what we do. Keep in mind that as we move through these two funds, the bottom dollar, that end of year balance that we will get to as I work through what this information shares, the project managers on the loan side, we take a look at all of the projects that are in process of dispersing money, and I'll give you some big numbers. We have on our books that the board has approved or legislature has approved through a projects bill about $500 million of either contracted or not contracted yet money. And so that money gets dispersed as the projects proceed. We do a best guess approach to figure out over the next 18 to 24 months how much of that money we will actually need, because projects are on a schedule. We disperse the money as they need it. And so each project, we kind of break it down by project to determine what status are we now and what are we going to be in the next 18 to 24 months. And out of that $500 million, we expect that we need probably $150 million over the next 18 months. The reason I share that with Director Sakata and the rest of the board is as we look at that final number down there, there is a significant buffer as we proceed through this. Okay, so looking at the document you have on your screen, the first fund, we have two funds. The construction fund is the first one I usually talk about, and the column C and D are the projections, and that is a moving projection because we have things that come in over the course of the year that affect those numbers. And so you see that I've highlighted the unreserved cash that we started with back July 1st, and that is after some audit work that is done of our fund. We anticipate receiving about $33 million. I can actually point out about $33 million is our current projection of principal and interest that'll come into this fund. And I always carry this little, the cell here, and it indicates that a normal year, we anticipate about 25 million of principal and interest. So we've already received $8 million of additional principal coming in, and that is primarily a result of either borrowers refinancing their loan to the market because the interest rates are so beneficial. Maybe they took out a loan with us 5-10 years ago, and so they have refinanced it elsewhere. That's typically the case with municipalities and not our private mutual ditch companies. But we will say that we don't refinance loans. If you can get money at a cheaper rate, go ahead and do it. And so we have received a significant amount of early principal payment coming in, and that's why that number has grown. And it's very fortunate in these times because of the recent sweep of our funds. And you can see as we proceed down, the cash in from federal mineral release, we utilize projections for federal mineral release, and currently that's about 5.4 million that comes into this fund. On average yearly, that number is around 8 or 9 million, and I think that'll be projected to be higher next year. And then the next yellow highlighted item is loan deauthorizations and reversals. That is a kind of a projection that we use based on communications we've had with borrowers that are going to potentially prepay their principal, or maybe we have a loan that was for $1 million, but they only needed $500,000 to complete it. So that's our best guess to finish out the year on how much money will become available through reversals or deauthorizations. As you continue down that column, these are all the loans that have been approved to date. And then this bottom area is the expenses, non-loan related things within the projects bill and statutory refresh items and some other activities. In particular, you can see the 33 million is highlighted as a already expended item out of the construction fund. And so we track this to make sure that we have in the construction fund somewhere around $9 million to finish the year so that we can keep the lights on July 1st of 2021. The right column is really the current status as of the date March 5th, 2021. And so in a nutshell, we're in good shape. I will say that this particular board meeting's heavy loan list has dwindled our unreserved cash down to zero. I'm showing out of this fund an opportunity to loan zero money at the next board meeting. Things can happen between now and the next meeting. And again, we still have that large buffer if we do need to drift into a negative number and loan out money as we then reset for next fiscal year on July 1st and start over again with some new projections. And I will open it up to questions after I show you the severance tax, because it's very much the same approach with the projections that we expect over the course of the year, and then the where we are currently in the severance tax perpetual base fund, which is 25% of the state's revenues from severance tax come into this fund. We are showing still the December projection of 2.2 million. Which is significantly lower than we have seen in past years. We've talked regularly about the severance tax revenues being so low this year and how they bounce up and down each year. It's not, well, I'll throw out the average. Normally we say we get about 30 to 40 million in severance tax each year, and that was averaged over about 8 years. So you can see it's way, way low compared to that number. What's interesting is we have not received a disbursement from severance tax since July. And so although that 2.2 million seems low, it does not look like we're even going to hit that unless we get some revenues coming in monthly over the next 2 or 3 months. But in our case, it's little or littler. So it's not a significant impact to what we're dealing with here. Same story with cash in. We've seen significant amount of advanced principal payment. We're showing 22 million currently. Normally that's a $15 million number. And again, it's just either refinance or principal payment where they're not making any money. Our borrowers aren't making any money in their savings account, so they would rather pay down a 3% loan with us and clear that off the books. Grand total to date, this 40 million plus the construction fund, 15 million. That total of $55 million for this year is higher than normal. Traditionally, we see when there's a downturn in the economy, and I'm not sure that this necessarily is a downturn in the economy, but it's more driven by pandemic, but we typically see the request for loans to drop off in the couple following years after a downturn in the economy. I guess that'll be yet to be seen, but we are $55 million of new loans for this fiscal year, which is a big number for us in an annual sense. We typically say we're about 30 to 40 million each year in new loans, not counting the projects bill that we put loans over 10 million in. And when you throw that in, it's more like a $50 million per year average number for new loans. Continuing on down, some other items that are either projects bill related or statutorily driven. One note to make: this emergency agricultural drought grant budget, that's something we don't typically talk about unless we're in a drought, and it requires the governor's drought declaration. And I understand from CWCB staff that is likely going to be utilized this year. So that $1 million will probably be used as an actual expense this year. And so we are running close to zero. I'm showing I've got about 500,000 available in this fund if we were to be true to our unreserved projection approach. I will say that it's my understanding from Matt Stearns that that there is not likely to be this significant request for loans in May. That'll be quite a bit lighter. And with that, I will open it up to questions. And by the way, Anna Moss wanted to speak about revenue coming in for Prop DD after I address any questions you might have. And this is not an action item, by the way.
Thank you for that update, Kirk. Are there any questions on item 18? Seeing none, Anna, do you want to provide that update on DD money?
Yeah, thank you. Anna Moss, CWCD staff for the record. It's not often we get to give sort of good budget news these days, so I just wanted to give you a quick preview. We've started conversations with Dan Hartman, who is the director of the Division of Gaming within the Department of Revenue. That's the team that's collecting the Prop DD revenue right now. And so we have invited Mr. Hartman to attend our May board meeting to give you all a deeper update on what the projections are looking like, what they've collected, what that distribution model looks like. But it looks like, based on our most recent conversation with him, that we can probably expect somewhere around $5 million transferred to the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund. So we would use that to appropriate. So next year in the 2022 projects bill, becoming available July 1 of 2022. And so the plan is right now, he'll collect the revenue throughout this fiscal year, kind of close up their books and make the transfer sometime we expect in September. So more information to come, but I wanted to just give you an update that that's kind of the ballpark that we're looking at. And so we're pleased to have some good news to report there. So more to come in May.
Thank you for that, Anna. Our new best friend over at the Department of Revenue. All right, let's move on to item 19, water project loans. And up first is 19A, Rio Grande Water Conservation District, subdistrict number 5, Sagachi Pipeline. And Rachel, I believe you're presenting this one.
Yes, good morning. Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff. And as you just mentioned, I will be presenting this agenda item 19A, the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, subdistrict number 5, Saguache Pipeline. Next slide, please. Thank you. The red star gives general vicinity of the project location. And in the San Luis Valley, the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, subdistrict 5, is one of 6 subdistricts that addresses specific needs and purposes for water users within that subdistrict and provides a community-oriented water management alternative to the individual augmentation plans. It also allows for collaboration and development of specific water management tools for that subdistrict. So the loan amount requested today is $4,892,440. Loan terms at 30 years at 1.20%. Mr. Chris Ivers is my main contact, and he is the program manager for subdistrict number 5. Also joining us today are a few board members from the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. They said that they were having some internet issues, so I hope, fingers crossed, it holds on for us. Next slide, please. I'd like to provide just a little additional information before I jump into explanation of those photos you see there on the slide. Subdistrict number 5 currently has 181 wells and withdraws about 33,400 acre feet per year on average. Under rules governing the withdrawal of groundwater in Water Division 3, subdistrict number 5 must provide sufficient water to replace stream depletions from the groundwater withdrawals by March 15. If they are unable to replace the stream depletions, then the wells may be forced to shut off until depletions are remedied. The photo on the right in the slide shows the Saguache pipeline alignment. The different colors identified are just different diameter pipe as designed by their engineer. The pipeline would use water from 3 irrigation wells to deliver augmentation water to Saguache Creek and then provide the needed replacement water. The irrigation under the center pivots will cease, and the historic consumptive use will be used to remedy the depletions. The district intends to go to water court to obtain a water right to change the wells from irrigation to augmentation use, but in the near term, they will prepare and submit a substitute water supply plan. The total project cost is $4,844,000. The CWCB loan with the service fee is $4,892,440 at a 1.20 blended interest rate for 30 years. The collateral for this project will be a pledge of the subdistrict number 5 assessment revenues. And there's a couple more things I'd like to point out before I end this presentation. I think it's important to note that the subdistrict has been actively working towards solutions for the past few years, different from this one. This is their last feasible alternative. I spoke with the division engineer, and he is knowledgeable of all these efforts they've made in the past years, and he is in support of this Saguache pipeline project. So with that, I would like to thank you and address any questions you may have.
So thank you for correcting my terrible pronunciation. Are there any questions for Rachel? And seeing none, oh, sorry, Director Felt.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to formulate the question. I read about this and everything, but I'm just trying to get it clear. So they're going to take those fields, those several fields out of production that are irrigated by those wells, and they're going to then pump the historic or the conserved consumptive use portion of the water that had previously been pumped and move that back up to Saguache Creek. And then correct. that will have positive impacts somewhere further east. Does this tie to the property, the ranch that we were talking about that was going to be taken out of agricultural production and put into a conservation easement? The big investment we talked about a meeting or two ago. Does this tie back to that?
I can't speak to the tie to the ranch. Maybe someone else can speak to that.
So these 3/4 are a portion of that same farm.
Okay. So this is part of that plan that we already invested in. In other words, sort of.
They're kind of two separate plans with the same goal in mind, involving the same farm is how I would characterize it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I provide some info here?
Sure, please do, Director Dutton.
Thank you. Director Felt, I appreciate that you have obviously done your homework and keyed in on an interesting question here. And so you're correct that this is the same property that we've talked about as far as a groundwater easement and, huge benefits to the confined aquifer. And as Rachel mentioned, this was the last choice of Subdistrict 5, but it still is a viable option for them since, really the goal here is to replace those stream impacts. And so these you can think of these as augmentation wells that they would be drying up the ground and then putting water back in the stream for the benefit of those surface depletions. Regarding the larger project that we've spoke about with funding in the projects bill, we absolutely would make sure that the proportionality is we wouldn't try to say that we're going to double benefit from this project. And so where we would want to purchase and dry up the whole farm, over Clinton and Chris, can you help me out here? How many circles is it? I just had
32.
Thank you, Chris. So if these guys are going to be taking out, up to three or so circles, then obviously the other project, which would happen in tandem, is still going to have incredible benefits for the community, but maybe instead of 10,000 acre feet of water dried up and left in the confined, maybe it's less, but still a significant amount. And that actually might help us to have this additional partner working on purchasing a portion of this farm, because then maybe the overall purchase price is lessened. Does that help, Director Felt?
Yeah, it does. I just wasn't totally clear how it all tied together. So thank you.
Director Schwartz, did you have a question?
Yes, and thank you all for being here today. So I just have a question relative to the repayment of the loan, which, this is 100+% of the project cost that was Subdistrict 5. And now that's one of the newer subdistricts, if I have it correct. If you're taking this number of center pivots out and the pumping associated with these circles, how is that going to impact your revenues and your budget for the Subdistrict 5? And I guess I'm looking at your, it shows an average ability to serve the debt, but we don't have full information on the budget for Subdistrict 5. So you can help me understand.
Do you want me to start with that on my end, and then the district can back me up and provide additional information? Does that work? Okay. So they are a new entity as Subdistrict number 5. They do collect assessments, and they have enough funds to pay for this. The larger district has been around, for quite some time, but it is the intent that this loan will go through Subdistrict number 5, and they do have enough funds and will assess to cover this loan. Anything else to add, Chris?
If the question is specifically if the other project goes through and those other 29 circles are taken out of production and no longer withdraw groundwater, then the price per acre, we charge by acre foot. That's what our fee is assessed on, our groundwater withdrawal fee. So the price assessed for everyone else to continue pumping will increase. I'm not sure how much it would increase yet, but I haven't looked at that.
So that's my question, is looking at the overall revenue picture and the cost to the other pumpers and the other obligations that you have as a sub-district, and as you're taking out such a significant number of wells out of your revenue stream. So just looking at your projections going forward, that you're going to be comfortable with this obligation and the ability for the other wells to pay.
So if we take out those 29 circles, I think our fees, from what I've looked at, would stay within the $20 per acre foot range, which is kind of in our projected range of payable for these producers in that area. And it is one of our lower per acre foot withdrawal fees.
Thank you.
Other questions for CWCB staff on this item? And seeing none, I do want to give the applicants an opportunity if they'd like to address the board.
Yes, I just thank you for your time and your consideration of this proposal, and thank you, Rachel, for all your help in getting this done.
And thank you for being here and for participating in today's meeting. Director Ryan, I understand you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know Ms. Pittenger and the members of the board have done a great job of describing the details of this. I just want to add my voice to Craig Cotton's regarding the importance of this and our support at the Division of Water Resources. When we often talk about the rules, and Director Dutton and I talk about it a lot, we don't want to ignore the fact that this has been incredibly difficult for the water users in the Rio Grande Basin. And I'll ask Director Sakata to imagine the 50 years of groundwater management that's taken place on the South Platte, to compress that into 10 years, which is what the folks in the Rio Grande have done. So with that in mind, I can say that the Division of Water Resources is supportive of this direction, and we've worked closely with the sub-district in getting to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Last call for questions. And seeing none, we need a motion to approve item 19A. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a staff recommendation, Rachel, that you want to put up?
Yes, thank you. Staff recommendation is as written.
And Director Dutton, did you want to make the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board approve staff recommendation on agenda item 19A.
We have a motion from Director Dutton and a second from Director Felt. If anyone is opposed to this motion or wants to abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing no objection, this item is approved. Thank you all. And let's move on to 19B, City of Victor, Victor Reservoir number 2, dam rehabilitation.
Thank you again. Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff, for the record. Presenting agenda item 19B for the City of Victor, Victor Reservoir number 2, dam rehabilitation. Next slide, please. The project is located in Teller County within the Arkansas Basin, and it's on the western side of Pikes Peak. And you can see that their general vicinity is the red star. Victor Reservoir number 2 helps serve 435 taps for municipal, domestic, mining, recreation, commercial, industrial, and fire protection uses. Victor Reservoir number 2 is classified as a jurisdictional significant hazard dam by Colorado Dam Safety Branch of State Engineer's Office. Borrower City of Victor is requesting $378,750. Loan terms are 20 years, at 1.25%. My main contact has been Richard Mann, who is the city administrator. He joins us on our call, on our meeting today. Next slide. Thank you. Victor Reservoir number 2 is 202 acre feet and has 2 service outlets. One is a low-level outlet, and the other pipeline supplies water to the city's water treatment plant. Both outlet pipes are controlled by valves operable from the top of the tower, shown in those 2 photos on the right. The tower is constructed from stacked reinforced concrete cylinders. In 2020, the tower required stabilization because of lateral movement due to ice action. The selected alternative, shown in the lower photo, is a sloped gate operator. The upper 20 feet section of the tower would be removed, and the lower 15 feet section would be filled with concrete material. An inlet structure with trash rack would be installed and is shown in that photo there on the right. The slide gate, handwheel, stem, and pedestal would be newly located at the dam crest, kind of to the left of that photo there. This project will help maintain the function of the dam outlet works and continue water delivery to the city. So the total project cost is $512,000. CWCB loan with service fee is $378,750. A reduced 20-year term loan at a low income municipal rate of 1.25%. Collateral for this loan will be a pledge of utility enterprise fund revenues backed by a rate covenant. I'd like to thank you and address any questions you might have.
Thank you, Rachel. Are there any questions for CWCB staff on this item? And seeing none, I want to give the applicants an opportunity to address the board if they'd like.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Richard Mann, City Administrator for Victor, Colorado, for the record. I just want to take a moment and, on behalf of the City of Victor, to say thank you to the Board of Directors for reviewing this loan application. The staff that I've worked with, CWCB, I must commend. They were fantastic. I come from the state of Kansas, where I don't deal with dams or water rights. And so I've been drinking from the hydrant ever since I took over a year ago in February. So this is a crash course for me. However, the staff, like Matt Stearns and Rachel, have been phenomenal. The team that I have with John Donati from the State Dam Board, all the way to the Newmont Mine, it has been fantastic. And so I'm learning as we go. However, I appreciate the time that the board has taken to review this application. These reservoirs are our lifeline. And it's imperative, if I could survive 120 years old and still operate that way that these did, I'd be very happy. So again, thank you so much for your time. And I can't extend the greatest gratitude for your staff, of your CWCB staff. Rachel and Matt have been fantastic to work with. So again, thank you very much. And Reverend Victor, please come see me.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right. I believe we're ready for staff recommendation on 19B.
Staff recommendation is as written.
Thank you, Rachel. We need a motion to approve 19B. Director Trick. Director Trick, did you want to make the motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion. Thank you.
And so we have a motion to approve item 19B and a second from Director Hawkins. If anyone objects or wishes to abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing no objection, this item is approved. Thank you. Moving on to 19C, Logan Irrigation District, Pruitt Reservoir Rehabilitation. Cole, I believe you're up.
All right. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Okay. For the record, I'm Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 19C, water project loan request for the Pruitt Reservoir Rehabilitation. This being done by Logan County, Logan Irrigation District, Mountain Logan County. The project's in Division 1. Again, the title is the Pruitt Reservoir Rehabilitation Project. The borrower is the Logan Irrigation District, and the requested loan amount is $1,578,630. The loan terms are 30 years at 0.70%, and that's a blended interest rate of 1.20%, less a 0.5% for our restricted reservoir reduction. And my contact in preparing the board memo has been James Young, and I think he's going to be on. He had a conflict, and so we'll see if we can get him. He wanted me to let you know that you're not done with him yet, in any case. And then I also want to point out before I move away from this slide, I have an error in my memo that doesn't affect the staff recommendation, but I don't want to leave it unaddressed. And it also offers a good opportunity to talk about rate determination for a second. On page 4 in the financial analysis section, I say that based on the current ownership of the reservoir, the blended interest rate for a 30-year term is 0.95%, and that the rate is reduced by 0.25% due to its reservoir storage restriction. And those two numbers, the 0.95 and the 0.25, are both incorrect. So Pruitt Reservoir's owners are largely made up of ag owners, with just a handful of municipal and commercial owners. So our process to develop an interest rate for them is to blend our 30-year interest rates, which are set on market rates, and then to get a base 30-year rate that reflects the weighted ownership. And in this case, the base 30-year rate was 1.20%, which is just a little bit above the ag rate. And that makes sense since they're mostly an ag organization. So that base rate, like I say, was 0.20, not 0.95. And then for this project, because they are removing a storage restriction, we offer a reduction on that base rate. And that reduction is 0.5%, not 0.25%. And so all that is to say that the final rate that's on the slide here, and that's in the memo, the 0.70, that's the correct number, and that's the basis of the other calculations. And so if you have any questions about that, we can talk about it at the end of the presentation. But I'll go ahead and just move on to the rest of the project then. Here's a few photos just to give you a sense of the project. Pruitt Reservoir is located on the South Platte between Atwood and Brush. It was built in 1910, and its physical capacity is a little over 30,000 acre feet. And in 1991, the State Engineer's Office restricted the reservoir storage due to concerns about spillway capacity and wave overtopping. And you can see that photo on the left, that some of the wave overtopping is pretty dramatic. And so that restriction resulted in a storage loss of about 3,300 acre feet. And in 2006, we provided a loan for spillway improvements. And that work was undertaken, and it satisfied the SEO's spillway concerns. That loan is currently in repayment and is in good standing. And now Logan is looking to address the wave overtopping issue with this project, with the expectation that it will satisfy the remaining concerns and allow the restriction to be removed. And the actual work being done then will consist of installing concrete slabs that jut out from the upstream face there, and they'll kind of catch and control the waves. And they're also going to install a tow drain on the downstream side. And they're hoping to get all of that work done yet this year. So here's the project financials. The entire project cost is estimated at $1,563,000. The loan request is for the entire project cost. So with the 1% service fee, we're looking at $1,578,630. And again, then the terms will be 30 years at a blended rate with a reservoir restriction reduction of 0.07%. The financial ratios indicate that Logan is an average borrower. And one other unique aspect of this project is that while Logan will be the sole borrower, and they'll be the entity that we contract with, Logan shares ownership of Pruitt with two other entities, and they are Islet Irrigation District and the Morgan Pruitt Reservoir Company. And those two other entities have entered into an agreement with Logan, stating that they will repay a portion of the loan, that they'll carry a portion of it. And we have a copy of that agreement, and we're satisfied that it meets our needs. And it's also worth pointing out that that same arrangement is what the 2006 loan was made under, and that worked just fine. The collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues per policy number 5. And so lastly, here's staff recommendation. It's as stated on the front page of the board memo. And I'll take any questions if you have them. And if we have Jim, I'm sure he'll field some questions too.
Thank you. Any questions for CWCB staff? Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cole, I'm sorry, multitasking here. And did you say that they do have an outstanding loan for other work that was being done? And if so, how much longer is that loan out for?
Yeah, yep. So they did work in 2006 for the spillway work and gave them a loan for that. And that was, the original balance was just under 500,000 at the time. And there's about 200,000 left.
All right. Thank you very much, Cole.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'd like to invite the applicant, Mr. James Yan, to join us and offer any comments that you'd like.
Oh, I'm sorry, he just texted me. He said he's struggling to get his link.
Okay. Well, hopefully he'll grace us all with his presence sometime soon.
Yeah.
All right, so staff recommendation is up on 19C. Would someone like to make a motion to approve? Director Sakata, would you like to move to approve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to move staff recommendation for item 19C.
So staff recommendation on 19C has been moved by Director Sakata and seconded by Director Schwartz. If anyone objects or wishes to abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing no objection, staff recommendation is approved on item 19C. Moving on to 19D, North Sterling Irrigation District.
All right. Again, for the record, Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 19D, water project loan request for the North Sterling River Diversion Project by the North Sterling Irrigation District, also in Logan County. This again, Division 1, the borrower's North Sterling Irrigation District. The loan request amount on this one is $3,532,980. The loan terms are 20 years at 0.85%, and that's a blended interest rate of 1.10%, less a 0.25% for the short loan term. And Jim's a busy guy. He's the manager of North Sterling as well, and he's been the contact that I've worked with on this one. So on the right side of the slide here is a map of the North Sterling Irrigation District. It covers more than 40,000 acres in the area around Sterling. The district's main infrastructure includes the river diversion, the inlet canal, the North Sterling Reservoir, and the outlet canal. And that's what conveys water from the reservoir to the district landowners. The existing diversion structure is beginning to show some deterioration. It's reaching the end of its expected lifespan, and so decision's been made to replace it. On the left side of the slide here is an illustration of what the new diversion structure will look like. It'll be a total replacement situated in the same location as the existing dam. The engineer is Harris Engineering, and Matt Harris I've worked with him quite a bit on diversion dams on the South Platte. I believe this will be the 5th project that we will work together on. And if the project is approved, bidding for the contract is expected to take place as soon as possible. Here are the project financials. The entire project cost is estimated at $3,498,000. The loan request is for the entire project cost. So with the 1% service fee, the loan amount will be $3,532,980. And the terms will be 20 years at a reduced blended rate of 8.85%. The ratios indicate that they're an average borrower, and collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues per policy number 5. So here's staff recommendation on this one. It's as stated on the front page of the board memo, and I can take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Looks like there's a question from Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cole, being the newbie on this, I appreciated the previous one, how you explained the blended rate. Would you mind explaining that to me for this one as well?
Yeah, yep. So North Sterling is almost exclusively an ag borrower. They have a couple landowners that we classify as municipal and commercial, but they're a tiny percentage. And so I think 99% or so was ag. And so we did the blended rate, and it came out to effectively the ag rate. So for this go around, that's 1.1%. And then that's our base for a 30-year. And because they asked for a 20-year, we offer a reduction of 0.25% for the 20-year term.
That's the part I didn't catch. Thank you, Cole.
Yep.
Thank you for that explanation. Any other questions for staff? And seeing none, I believe we're ready for a motion to approve. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move staff recommendation for item 19D.
Item 19D, staff recommendation has been moved by Director Sakata and seconded by Director Dutton. If anyone objects or wishes to abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing no objection, that item is approved. Thank you, Cole. Moving on to 19E, Grand Valley Water Users Association, Vinelands Power Plant. Matt, I believe you're up.
Good morning, board. Welcome, Madam Chair, to your new role. For the record, Matt Stearns, CWCB staff. I'll be presenting. Here we go. Give me just a second to get control of this. And okay, I think we're good here. We'll see if I do have control of the slides or not. I'll be presenting on agenda item 19E, which is a water project loan to the Grand Valley Water Users Association for the Vinelands Power Plant project. Before I go into the loan specifics for the association, though, I want to mention that this loan is directly connected to agenda item 19F, following this one, which is a loan for the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, which I'll be calling the district, for the same project, specifically to replace the Grand Valley Power Plant with a safer, more powerful, and more efficient plant. They are both requesting the same loans since they've partnered together equally for the project. Currently, they split the cost of operating the power plant, with Orchard Mesa actually operating it. Because these two agenda items are for the same project, I'm going to cover the details of the project first, and then provide the loan details for the association for approval, and then followed by the district. Sorry about the technical difficulties here. Okay, to start off, the project is located in the Grand Valley between Palisade and Mac. The area is home to both the association, which the service area for that is shown here in orange along the north side of the valley, and the district at the southeast side of the valley, with its service area shown in blue. This area is also home to the Bureaus of Reclamation's Grand Valley project, which includes the roller dam, which you can see up on the top right. And then continuing down from that, the Highline Canal, which conveys water from the roller dam through the valley to a number of users, including the Orchard Mesa Power Canal and Grand Valley Power Plant, which you can see shown in the picture just below the roller dam. It's the building on the left of that picture. The Orchard Mesa pumping plant, which is on the right side of that same picture, and that provides water to the district service area on the mesa above. Also to the Mesa County Irrigation District, the Palisade Irrigation District, and ultimately the Grand Water Users Association service area. All of these, combined with the Grand Valley Irrigation Company, comprise the Cameo call, which is an important call for water administration on the entire upper river. The area also includes the 15-mile reach, a section of river that I've highlighted here in red. It's located between the power plant and the confluence of the Gunnison and Colorado rivers. This reach is a critical habitat for several endangered species and is the subject of the 15-mile reach programmatic biological opinion, or the PBO, which provides Endangered Species Act compliance for Colorado River water users in the state. The power plant plays an important role in this reach by providing up to 400 CFS of non-consumptive use water in the critical base flow period. All of this makes for a complex integration of users and uses in the valley. So a little history on this, it's got some for sure. Starting in 1907, the Grand Valley Project was authorized by Congress to provide a reliable supply of irrigation water for thousands of acres in the valley. In 1933, the Grand Valley Power Plant was constructed to provide valuable hydroelectric power. The plant was constructed with funds provided by the Public Service Company of Colorado, also known as Xcel Energy. However, Reclamation was the owner of the plant, with Xcel operating it. This partnership lasted until 2010, when Xcel ceased their involvement in the power plant, along with shutting down the coal-fired Cameo power plant near the roller dam. Because of the Grand Valley Power Plant is important to Reclamation's water right and the environmental benefits of the 15-mile reach, Reclamation approached the association and district to take over operations of the plant. They agreed and did so in 2011 through a lease of power privilege with Reclamation and a power purchase agreement with Xcel. In 2016, the association district needed to either replace or rehabilitate the existing 1930s facility, which hadn't had much work done on it, and decided to rehabilitate it while increasing the power generation from 2.75 megawatts to 3.9 megawatts. They obtained approval for CWCB loans for this. However, after several years of working with Reclamation, the district and association decided that rehabilitating the existing plant was not financially viable due to the limited power production capacity and Reclamation's design and permitting costs. They then began exploring the construction of a new plant, the Vinelands Power Plant, along with the help of their consultant, Sorensen Engineering. So who are the partners in this project? Well, the primary ones are the Grand Valley Hydro, LLC, which I've referred to as the company, and they will own and operate the Vinelands Power Plant. Reclamation will continue to provide the water rights through a new lease of power privilege, and Holy Cross Energy, who will purchase the electricity generated by the plant through a power purchase agreement. As you can see, the company will be a joint venture between the association, the district, and Sorensen Engineering, who has designed, constructed, and managed several facilities here in Colorado, around the country, and even one internationally. This agreement between these entities provides the association and district the ability to purchase up to 51% of the company over the next few years. But I should mention that their ownership will vary over that time frame in order for the company to obtain valuable renewable energy credits, or RECs, that will help the overall financial feasibility of the project. In terms of revenue, the association and district will receive royalty payments and or power plant revenues based upon their ownership stake in the company for the life of the power plant. Overall, looking at this, the power plant is a revenue generator for all parties involved. So another important facet of this project is the substantial financial support that is garnered because of the multi-beneficial outcomes inherent in it. From helping to protect endangered species, providing a positive cash flow for the association district, which will in turn support local agriculture, and increasing green energy production, the list of funding entities supporting the project is diverse. It includes state, local, federal, and even private funds. In particular, CWCB as a whole stands behind this project. In addition to the CWCB loan funds, if approved today, the project has been awarded a Species Conservation Trust Fund grant and a combined water plan grant from the agriculture and the environment and recreation categories, which you approved yesterday. So now into the normal presentation for our loans. Agenda item 19E is a loan to the Grand Valley Water Users Association for their portion of the Vinelands Power Plant project in the amount of $1,066,000 with terms of 20 years at the hydroelectric rate of 2%. My contact has been Mark Harris, General Manager for the association, who will be available for questions or comments once I finish. The association was formed in 1905 and provides water to approximately 1,800 water users with 23,500 irrigated acres, and is also the managing entity of that aforementioned Grand Valley project. So a little bit of detail about the project itself. Pictured on the right is some of the original equipment at the Grand Valley Power Plant, which anybody who's seen it in person, you might be able to tell by these pictures too, it's not up to current safety standards, and it certainly isn't not as efficient as a modern day plant. So the project is to replace the existing 2.75 megawatt power plant with a new, even larger plant than their previous loan, which is, so this one's going to be a 4.5 megawatt plant. Construction of the plant is expected to take 1 year, during which time the existing power plant will not be accessible and therefore not operational, as you can probably tell from the site plan on the left. And the loan will provide funding for the association to pay for its share of costs for permitting, construction of the plant, and a new interconnect to bring the power to the electrical grid. In terms of project financials, the total project cost is $9,227,825, and the loan, including service fee, will be $1,076,660 for the association's share of the project costs. Loan terms will be 20 years at the hydroelectric rate of 2%. Overall financial ratios indicate that the association is an average borrower, and collateral will consist of a pledge of assessment revenues backed by an assessment covenant per policy 5. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. And as I mentioned, Mark Harris, I believe, is available as well.
Thank you, Matt. Director Schwartz, did you have a question first?
Thank you. And if Mark is on the line, I can ask him as well. Thanks, Matt. Good presentation.
I am here.
Well, Mark. So just a quick question. I know this has been a long time coming here. So relative to the power purchase agreement with Holy Cross, it just says before the loan is funded that will be executed. Any concerns on the timing of that power purchase agreement?
We think with a couple of minor exceptions right now, the PPA is in place. That's worked out pretty well. Holy Cross has been a big part of why this has come to fruition.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you for your collaboration with them.
Mr. Harris, I wanted to give you the opportunity if you'd like to address the board with any comments you wish to make.
Well, I know you're in a hurry, and for those of you given me the opportunity to speak to you before, you know that sometimes I'll make it as short as I can. I'll put it that way. But I do, and I'm not sure if Max was able to join us. Matt, is he on with us today?
Yeah, he's going to be eligible to speak at his.
I just wanted to, on behalf of all of us over here and all of the collaborative partners on this project, we want to certainly thank CWCB and Matt and the other CWCB staff who have worked on this with us for a long time. June 10th of this summer, I will have been here 8 years, and on June 17th of this year, I will have been working on this project for those 8 years. The first meeting I had with Max and the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District Board was on the replacement of this power plant. I need to put a plug in that for both of our boards, they have been patient, given Max and I and others the opportunity to bring this thing to fruition. We're delighted to do it. We tell people when they ask, how's it been? We say, well, it's been very intriguing. Most days have been quite good. So again, just a big thank you. Capturing the existing benefits at the power plant for the 15-mile reach and others is a big part of this, but we think that there's an equal benefit that's going to be available in the future. And we think that this will be a good project for the Grand Valley, for Orchard Mesa and us, and for the river and for the state of Colorado. So appreciate it. Appreciate your consideration today, and thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Director Anderson, did you have a question?
I just have a comment. Mark, congratulations on getting to this point. I have experience in this, and I wanted to give a shout out to Ted Sorensen and Sorensen Engineering. I feel without that group, my association would not have been able to develop the power plants in the timely fashion that we have. And Ted will work with associations like Mark's and mine. And as he says, once you get the moon and the sun and all the stars lined up, you better pull the trigger because it doesn't happen all the time. So congratulations.
Thanks, Steve. We appreciate your help too.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff or for the applicant on 19E? And seeing none, Matt, I believe we're ready for staff recommendation.
All right. Staff recommendation is to approve the loan as stated in the board memo and provided here for reference.
And Director Schwartz, would you like to make the motion?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion on item 19E for approval per staff recommendation.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Staff recommendation on item 19E has been moved by Director Schwartz and seconded by Director Hawkins. If anyone wishes to object or abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing no objection, this item is approved. Should we move on to 19?
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, Matt Stern, CWCB staff, and I'll be presenting agenda item 19F, water project loan to the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District for the Vinelands Power Plant project. This one will go much quicker. This agenda item is a loan to the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District for their portion of the Vinelands Power Plant project in the amount of $1,066,000 with a term of 20 years at the 2% hydroelectric rate. My contact for this has been Max Schmidt, who is available on this call or on this meeting. And he'll be able to help with any questions once I'm done. The district was formed in 1904 and is organized under the Colorado Irrigation District Law of 1921. The district provides water to approximately 6,500 shareholders on 9,200 acres irrigated within its service area. Again, the project is to replace the existing power plant with a new 4.5 megawatt plant. Construction on the plant is expected to take 1 year, during which time the existing power plant will not be accessible and therefore not operational. The district's pumping plant, however, which if you remember from that site plan is directly adjacent to it, and that's basically its means of getting all of its water to its shareholders that will remain accessible and operational during construction. The loan will provide funding for the district to pay for its share of costs of permitting, construction of the plant, and a new interconnect to bring power to the electrical grid. In terms of project financials, the total project cost is again $9,227,825, and the loan, including service fee, will be $1,076,660 for the district share of project costs. Loan terms will be 20 years at the hydroelectric rate of 2%. Financial ratios, again, indicate the district is an average borrower, and collateral will consist of a pledge of assessment revenues backed by an assessment covenant per policy 5. Again, happy to take any questions you may have. And as I mentioned, Max is available.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for CWCB staff on this item? Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks very much for that presentation, Mr. Smith. Thanks for coming and attending today. I was looking through the material that was provided us in advance, and it, correct me if I'm wrong, but the water shares are actually tied to the land. Is that what I read? That the water shares can't be sold off? And I see you shaking your head, yes. So that's fantastic.
And I like it that way.
Exactly. And then, so I also saw that you had a special assessment. So you're assessing the shareholders a special assessment for part of this project as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think that's a critical key point as we move forward, where grant funds may not be as available. I think it's really prudent of all of us that are managing irrigation districts that we have to rely on our shareholders to help long range look at our maintenance and operations. So I commend you on that. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Director Sakata. Are there any other questions for staff? And seeing none, Mr. Schmidt, if you'd like to address the board, now's your opportunity to do so.
One thing I'd just like to address the staff. I've worked with the CWCB staff for over 30 years. And have had nothing but outstanding service. You got a crew you can be proud of. The importance of this hydro, 2018 and 2020, the only water in the Colorado River from here to the confluence of the Gunnison came through the turbines on this old hydro. and I've been repairing it with Band-Aids, and I'm running out of Band-Aids. So I'm so happy that this is going forward. Thanks again, guys. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you again for bringing forward a great project, and glad to hear about your positive experience working with CWCB staff. That's awesome. All right, Matt, I believe we're ready for staff recommendation.
Yep, staff recommendation is to approve the loan as stated in the board memo and provided here for reference.
Thank you. Director Schwartz, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I will move approval of item 19F per the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Staff recommendation to approve item 19F has been moved by Director Schwartz and seconded by Director Sakata. If anyone objects or wishes to abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing none, this item is approved. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 19D, the Tunnel Water Company.
Thank you. Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff. I will be presenting agenda item 19G for the Tunnel Water Company, the Rewa Ditch Tunnel Rehabilitation Project. Next slide, please. The Rewa Ditch is approximately 60 miles west of Fort Collins and collects water from the eastern slopes of the Rewa mountain range. Water is then delivered through the Laramie Poudre Tunnel, and some of you may recall that there is a rehabilitation project going on right now in the west half of the Laramie Poudre Tunnel. This project is separate from that. The request for the Rewa Ditch Tunnel Rehabilitation Project is $2,171,500 for 30 years at 1.70%. I've been working with Mr. Donald Frick. He is the general manager, and Don joins us at our meeting today as well. Next slide. The Tunnel Water Company has 450 shares of stock owned by 2 shareholders. The acronym we use is WISC, Water Supply and Storage Company, has 2/3 interest, and WRCC, which is Winder Reservoir Canal Company, has 1/3 interest. This project specifically includes 2 tunnels, the North Tunnel and the South Tunnel, and those are identified there on that slide. The image on the right shows the Laramie Poudre Tunnel, which you can at the Laramie River, which you can see there flowing south to north. And the green crosses show the north and the south tunnels, compass north there. Both tunnels have shown significant rockfall. You can see those in the photos. I think you can see that rubble best on that top left photo, the North Tunnel, that is the most compromised. Though you can still see rockfall on the South Tunnel photos as well. If either tunnel were to collapse, water would back up and overtop the ditch, erode the ditch bank, and cause collapse of the mountainside. The company would lose Rewa Ditch water supply, and reconstruction restoration costs would be quite large. This project will prevent the tunnel's collapse and blockage by inserting a high-density polyethylene pipe into each tunnel and then filling that annular space between the outside of the pipe and the rock with grout, concrete type material. Headwalls at the entrances would also be constructed of the 2 tunnels. Total project cost is $2,150,000. The CWCB loan with the service fee comes out to $2,171,500. Again, it's a 30 years. This one's also blended at 1.70% interest. The collateral on this will be a pledge of assessment revenues and the collateral secured in the previous loan contracts with CWCB. And I'd like to thank you and take any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Rachel. Any questions for staff before we invite the applicant to comment? And seeing none, Mr. Frick, if you'd like to address the board, now would be a great opportunity to do so.
Sure. Yeah. If there's any questions, happy to answer them. We really appreciate the board working with us, especially Rachel again. This has been a quick project for us, an emergency project to try and get this fixed before we start to run water. So it's been a real tight turnaround for us, and really appreciate Rachel's help on this.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Frick? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Frick, I was trying to look through the materials again. Are you attempting to do this before this year, water run, or?
We are. The north tunnel is actively collapsing. So yeah, we're trying to get this done before we start to run water June 1st.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for either staff or for the applicant on this item? And seeing none, I believe we're ready for staff recommendation.
And staff recommendation is as written.
Thank you. Director Sakata, would you like to make the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move staff recommendation for item 19G.
Staff recommendation on item 19G has been moved by Director Sakata and seconded by Director Felt. If anyone objects or wishes to abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing no objection, this item is approved. Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, item 19H, also Tunnel Water Company, Headgate improvements.
Thank you. Home stretch. Again, Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff. For the record, item 19H is, again, the Tunnel Water Company Headgate improvements, which is a wildfire impact loan. I'm going to give a little background on that wildfire impact loan real quick. On October 5th, 2020, Governor Polis issued an executive order declaring a disaster emergency due to the Cameron Peak Fire in Larimer County, enabling the state agencies to coordinate and make resources available for fire suppression response, consequence management, and recovery efforts. So in September 2020, meeting of the CWCB, the board established the 2020 wildfire impact loans are available to eligible applicants serving or receiving water from areas under the governor's emergency declaration. So next slide, please. Thank you. This project is located in between the project that we just spoke about, the Rewa Ditch Rehab Project, and the project Laramie Poudre Tunnel, west half of the Laramie Poudre Tunnel Rehab. It is, let's see, it is subject and will likely receive Cameron Peak Fire related debris flow at the intake of the Laramie Poudre Tunnel. This request is for $1,218,060. Because it's a wildfire impact loan, it will be 3 years at 0% interest, and then 27 years at a blended 1.70% interest rate. Again, Don is the contact for this one as well. Next slide. So I threw up an image of the Cameron Peak wildfire impacted area. It's approximately 209,000 acres. The smaller red circle there, kind of on the left, on the western edge, is approximately where this project is located, the Headgate Improvements Project. The project involves the installation of a Duperon self-cleaning trash rack. This system cleans debris from the bottom to the top and returns the debris a designated collector kind of on the downstream side of the rack. So it kind of lifts it up. I put a picture there, kind of in the center bottom of the trash rack. You can see those teeth kind of brings it up from the bottom, and then it will place the material behind it in a designated collector bin, not back in the ditch. The trash rack location you can see there is right before the entrance to the Laramie Poudre Tunnel. And the photo on the right is a recent photo taken of the head gate buried in snow. So if you have any questions, I'd like to take those at this time.
Any questions for CWCB staff on this item? And Mr. Frick, I'll invite you again if there's anything you'd like to comment on with regard to this particular project.
No, again, just thanks to Matt and Rachel for the help on this. Again, quick turnaround. We're going to be pretty busy up there this spring.
Okay. Director Sakata, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Frick, you do have a lot going on. Do you have any idea what increase in assessments, what percentage increase in assessments you're going to need to carry in order to cover these loans?
You know, I don't have that that number off the top of my head. It's certainly manageable. You know, we don't have a whole lot of choice here, and you know the water users, we're majority owned by municipalities, and so we're fully able to take on that debt service.
Thank you. And another question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
For the screening system, unfortunately, I have some experience in that with one of our ditch systems. So are you just worried about solid debris, or are you going to be facing any type of algae type debris?
No, it's just solid debris from the fire. You know, the fire, this area, the upstream area was some of the most severely burned in all of the Cameron Peak fire area. So yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we on our Fulton Canal, we put an automated system in, and we've struggled with it for years because of the algal mass building up. Screening systems have a hard time with that.
Yeah, this is clean. This is clean fresh water, so there really isn't any algae issues here.
Thank you, Mr. Frick. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Director Dutton, did you have a question or a comment? Director Dutton?
I think she said she would pass in the chat a little bit later down.
Thank you. Too many to scroll through. Thank you, Director Brown. Director Schwartz, did you have a question?
Yes, and thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Frick, for being here today. One quick question, I guess, would be for our finance folks. When we have a state of emergency declaration, and this is at a 0% rate for 3 years, was there any kind of additional budget provided to CWCB for this through that declaration, or is it simply just something we will be absorbing?
I can take address your question, and if I need correction, I would hope someone would come in and correct me. This is still from the construction fund, and so it's just would stay within the construction fund. It's just 0% for the first 3 years.
Madam Chair, I'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
Yes, please do.
Director Schwartz, good question. When we originally had this idea back during the 2013 floods, it was in response to that. What can we do to help? And really, it all comes out of the same source of funding. It's the revolving loan program, but the value that this board can provide to impacted natural disaster impacted situations is this board has the flexibility to deal with repayment, interest, terms, things like that. That's all under this board's purview. Our policy, as Director Sakata is starting to learn, our policies lay out how we set those interest rates. In this particular case, we don't have a policy, but when we responded back in 2013, we were able to provide significant value with our portfolio of money in saying, this is a immediate impact. You need to get it taken care of now. You don't have time to do the formal engineering effort that we typically would see before a borrower comes in. And we knew that they would need some flexibility. We needed to move quick. And so in that process, this idea of setting them up with a little bit more flexibility in what their project is, what they need to do, but also that 0% interest window for 3 years lined up traditionally with the ability to access some federal money, maybe some FEMA response money. And the way our program is set up, it's very difficult for us to disperse money, start charging interest on it, and then receive principal payments, because it messes with all of the financing side of that term. And so the benefit was twofold. One, it provided Tunnel in this case, and Glenwood Springs in an earlier approval, the ability to interact with other sources of funding while we are helping them construct the project. We're dispersing money for those 3 years. And in some cases, we've had to go back to the board and say they weren't able to get it done in the 3 years. So in this case, I think this is a quick project, but also it gives the borrower, in this case, Tunnel, and it was a great question, what's this going to impact your users? What we have found is that 3-year window allows them to maybe clear out some projects that they were planning on doing and focus their attention on this. And so that at the end of that 3 years, they're in a better position to pay us back, since they haven't had the demand on repaying our loans now. But the simple answer to your question is, this money is the same money that you approve for all the other loans. We did set aside $10 million for this mission, not really knowing how much money was needed. But we just didn't want to open it up to a $30 million project at 0% interest when we've got all these other things that we need to do throughout our normal process. So we laid down a marker at $10 million, and a big majority of that was used for the Glenwood Springs loan. So if there is additional needs in this emergency fashion, I think we're going to come back to the board and try to identify maybe a little broader available source of funds, but it all has the same impact on our limited resources.
Madam Chair, thank you, Kirk. That an excellent response. And remember the 2013 flood funding well. And I just want to say that I appreciate the ability to respond so quickly after these fires. It's been an absolute tragedy, and glad we have the resources to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on item 19H? And seeing none, I believe we're ready for staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation is as written.
Thank you, Rachel. Would someone like to make the motion on item 19H? Dr. Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move staff recommendation for item 19H.
Thank you, Director Sakata. Staff recommendation on item 19H has been moved by Director Sakata and seconded by Director Schwartz. If anyone would like to oppose or abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing no objection, this item is approved. I want to take a moment to commend the finance section on, first of all, an excellent job evaluating all of these applications and providing your recommendations. It was a lot of information to cover, and you did it really well and efficiently, and appreciate all your efforts. So that brings us to our lunch break. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So I'm sorry, Director Sakata, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I saw a familiar face, and I wanted to be sure that the board knew how important return flows were to the South Platte River. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Sakata. Did Mr. Yan wish to address the board?
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I tried to get on, but I was giving a presentation in Ray, Colorado today. So I just wanted to thank you for hearing our loans. And since I'm not on the board anymore, I was just looking for projects. And I'm in the storage room in Ray City Hall. And there's a great big lever up here that I think I can shut down all the electricity in Ray. So
let's not.
Director Brown wanted me to, but I'm not going to do it. So anyway, thank you all. It's good to see you all.
Well, it's wonderful to see you. You're here in spirit, if not on the Zoom for the full meeting. So thank you for joining us. All right. With that, let's take our lunch break. Since we are a bit ahead of schedule, let's plan to return at 12:30. See you all in a bit.
impressed with that. It was like, yeah, I gotta make her a t-shirt. That's pretty good. So I'm asking permission to join.
A very elite club. So,
well, that's why I figured I better put in the request to see if I'm allowed to join.
Great. Jessica looks like she wants one.
Yeah, Jessica, I didn't actually show everybody this, and when I did my Safflower report, but I actually have this T-shirt made for Megan.
So makes me so happy.
Yeah, it's pretty weird too to wear a tie, a shirt, and then have my work boots and my jeans on down below. You know, it's like, yes. So when I go to work, I just have to take my tie and I have my work shirt right there. Change shirts out. I'm ready to go to work.
Robert, it's so nice to see you. This is great to have you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, for stepping up.
All right. It looks like we are ready to go back on the record. All right. So we are now on item 20, spring drought and flood climate report. Megan Holcomb, I believe you're up.
Okay, there we go. All right, well, hello everyone. Megan Holcomb with the Water Supply Planning section. And this item will also have a slide for Kevin Houck to give an update on the flood outlook as well. And before I dig in, I just wanted to also welcome Director Sakata and give an extra welcome to the very elite club of water weirdos, which I'm sure most of us are unofficially a part of. And if you're just joining, or if you saw us before, Director Sakata had a t-shirt made. So I'm really, really pleased about that, and brought a lot of joy. So thanks for that, because climate update, drought update, really uplifting, but I'll try and keep it as light as possible. This is a really similar format to how we presented last year, which was just before the COVID world, but essentially I'll just do a brief look back to the last year, go through a few basic current conditions, and then the forecast for the next few months and coming year. And then we'll have an update specifically on the drought outlook and flood outlooks. And then I have just a brief update on how the drought task force, plural task forces, are going. So a lot of the slides you see here and some of the content are heavily supported by our amazing partners at the Colorado Climate Center, USDA, who once a month present to the water availability and flood task forces. So just wanted to give a shout out to those fine folks and climatologists who help pull this information together for the state. So this is what you're seeing is a loop of all of 2020 drought monitor maps from each week. And just to summarize, I know we all know where we're at, but just for the record, basically the drought of 2018 was followed by a really cold and wet 2019 that had an incredible 150% snowpack and really helped clear the state of drought for the first time in a while. And that was June of 2019. But based on the absent monsoon season and an incredibly hot fall of 2019, it set the state at much below normal for the start of the 2020 water year. And when I presented last year, things were looking pretty good, but we had a very warm and dry 2020 spring that really dominated most of the state and resulted in a really rapid expansion of widespread drought that set in quickly last spring. And despite that okay snowpack in the winter, melted just too fast, and water supply into reservoirs was certainly lower than average. One, just meteorological item of note is that we had really high winds and hot temperatures over the Eastern Plains last June that led to extreme record-setting evaporative demands and daily evaporation rates that really stripped moisture from crops and from the soil. So the fourth season in fall of 2020 of extremely low monsoon moisture in the late summer resulted in one of the hottest and driest Augusts on record from most locations in Western Colorado, and just really summer-like conditions that lasted throughout September and October of last year. So along with those dry and windy days, we know we saw these explosive fire activity in the fall, which was also related to high evaporative demands, which were major contributors to that perpetuated dryness through the fall season. So I'm going to have a few graphs in succession here, but the story is actually really simple, and they're all telling the same story with slightly different data. So all the graphs here will show Colorado's drought history back to 1895 through different measures of drought severity. This is the first graph with Palmer Drought Severity Index, with significant episodes of drought highlighted by those vertical red bars. And PDSI uses both temperature and precipitation to determine water excess or deficit. And this is an index that begins to tell both an increasing frequency and intensity drought story. And the next look here is the standardized precipitation index. So this is precip only, and this is widely used to characterize meteorological drought on a large range of timescales. So even though the 2018 drought was short-lived, it doesn't actually show up here in a precipitation outlook. But if you add the effect of warmth or temperatures, we're looking at pretty much a 20-year straight drought. These graphs do look a little worse if you isolate the west slope. But what's interesting here is, unlike SPI, the SPEI graph on the bottom, that captures the main impacts of increased temperatures on water demand. So that evaporative loss from the soil and vegetation stress through evapotranspiration that we saw last spring. And to are the temperature anomalies also back to 1895. So with a concerning trend of our absent fall monsoon seasons and this clear trajectory of increasing warmer summer temperatures, there's a lot of interest in better understanding how poor soil moisture levels going into a new water
Hey, Megan, you seem to be cutting out a bit. I wonder if it might help to turn off your camera. We lose her.
Kevin, you might need to step in.
Yes, Kevin, if you don't mind, that would be great.
Okay, this is Kevin Hauk for the record, CWCB staff. I'm going to actually put a couple items in the chat right now for you to open. Maybe this will kill some time until she gets back on, but it's something I think you guys are probably all interested in. There's the first one. And here's the second one. So do me a favor if you can, and go ahead and open up that first item that I sent you in the chat if you're able to do so. I know there's been a lot of talk about the storm this weekend, and I want to show what the current line of thinking for these are. And I had to do this on the fly like this because both these graphics have been updated in the last hour. But assuming you have open the first one now, what you're looking at is what we call quantified precipitation forecast for the next 7 days. And what I want to draw your attention to is all of Northeast Colorado. Congratulations, Director Sakata, your first board meeting here, and you're already a winner. This is really going to be, I think, a game changer for the South Platte and Republican River watersheds, especially out on the plains. If you look at the graphic there and then look at the legend on the left, you'll see that most of the South Platte River watershed is looking at 2 to 3 inches of water, with even more in the mountains in the 4 to 5 inch range. So just to put that in perspective, that's a really good storm for the mountains, make no doubt about it. But what I think the real story here is the precipitation is going to be coming out on the plains. This is an entire winter's worth of precipitation on the South Platte Plains. It's coming in one weekend. And it's good news as well in Director Phelps Basin for the Arkansas. The numbers are a little bit lower down there, but still out on the plains, that's just an incredible amount of water to get in one event here in the winter months. So now if you will go ahead and, sorry, Megan, I'm just kind of talking about the storm this weekend, then I'll send it back to you. If you open up the second link that I sent you, what this is the current line of thinking from the weather service for actual snowfall amounts this weekend. And I was actually on a conference call with the weather service this morning where they went in a little bit more detail about this, but the bullseye of the storm is up around Cheyenne and Fort Collins, where even the median forecast is for about 2.5 feet of snow. Here in Denver, the forecast is for 20 inches, and that's actually gone up a little bit over the last 24 hours. This would be one of the top 4 storms in the last 25 plus years for Denver if this comes to fruition. So this is great news. And also of interest for those of you on the western side of the divide is these numbers have really increased in the last 24 hours. When we had our call yesterday morning at 8 o'clock, Vail and Breckenridge, for example, were sitting at about 2 to 4 inches. And now you can see on here, Vail's at 13 inches. So this is awesome news. And as I'm sure Megan will go into here in just a second, the timing of this is just really good. We really needed this right now. And I think it's going to be really well received. So I'll send it back to Megan and I'll come back and talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Kevin, for pinch hitting, and Vivian for your technical assistance. And Megan, welcome back.
Thanks. In a lot of meetings, and that has not happened to me yet, where I'm just completely kicked out. There's a question for Kevin, though.
Dr. Felt, did you have a question, or should we save it for later?
I can save it if you want. It was just, it was a question about a disparity between the two graphs that I had for Kevin, but.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Kevin, if you don't mind, and then we'll jump back to Megan.
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin, you mentioned that it looked pretty good for the lower Arkansas basin, but in your the first illustration, but the second one, it looked like they were only going to get an inch or less of. I wasn't clear if that was snow. That was snow in the second one, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
So did that shift then? Or?
So what it is I think most of it's going to fall as rain down on the Arkansas plains. And in fact, even in the South Platte River Basin, once you get east of a line from about, say, Sterling to Lyman, most of it will likely fall as rain there as well. So I would probably pay more attention to the precip graph than the snow graph, because that's probably what everybody's more interested in.
That makes sense. Great. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair.
You bet. Thank you for that clarification, Kevin. All right. Without further ado, Megan Holcomb.
I saw a note there from Director Dutton, but I'm not sure exactly where I cut out, but essentially the point that I was trying to make there is regardless of, precipitation variability from year to year, which is significant, we're seeing this really strong increase in summertime temperatures that have a huge impact on our soil moisture levels. And basically, we're all very excited for the storm, but this weekend, and that can help offset a huge deficit that we have, especially if we have that kind of blanket moisture. But there is the Colorado Climate Center is, among others, are really interested in pairing soil moisture data with some with basically stream flows in the spring to see like where are those trends coming out, because it's certainly a factor that the missing fall moisture coupled with really high temperatures we're just like entering every water year with an increasing deficit. So nothing that you don't know, but certainly something to continue to look at in the data. So moving on, this is the current drought monitor is actually status quo from last week that came out this morning. But back in February, on February 11th, we had exceptional, that's D4 drought conditions across 25% of the state. And that dropped after February storms down to 16% by March 2nd. And we have extreme D3 conditions that cover 41% of the state and severe conditions across 32% of the state. So you all see these, and there's an important reminder I just wanted to provide the board, which is the drought monitor is always a retroactive account of conditions by 1 week. And importantly, it's standardized by season. So this means that a drought map drawn in February depicts conditions relative to other Februaries. It's not necessarily appropriate to directly compare a summer drought monitor map with a winter map. And this is important because our drought impacts have a strong seasonal cycle with the worst impacts generally in summer. And so it's certainly possible to experience worse drought impacts in the summer under D1, D2 than winter under D3, D4. This is another thing to just keep in mind. If we get a massive weekend storm and we see the monitor improve categories, those drought impacts could still intensify due to the seasonal nature. So a communication challenge to keep in mind, and it was a good reminder for myself as well. Forgot to click there. So the next few graphs I'm going to flip through pretty quickly. These are just current temperature and precip coverages, but this is for December and January, and shows that the winter months had a mix of near normal and above normal temperatures, but a much clearer picture of conditions emerge when we look at percentiles for the full past calendar year, or for the last 12 months, which shows much above normal for the majority of the state. Similarly, precipitation conditions for the 2021 water year thus far show slightly below % of historical precip for the west and east slopes. But if you switch over to a full year look back, it reveals much of the west slope in that record driest category, with nearly the entire state in the bottom 10% of historical precipitation. So this February obviously brought a welcome series of storms, with those northern basins faring particularly well. And all of our water watchers and water weirdos are holding their breath for this weekend's events. There's certainly been a lot of Twitter chatter amongst climatologists all week. And the most interesting thing I saw was a reminder that unofficially, there is a negative correlation between the accuracy of a forecast and the level of hype surrounded by it. So I've been asked to remain very calm, cool, and collected until things play out. And I wish this update were next Thursday. This is a map of SNOTEL as of March 4th. Those are snow water equivalent sites throughout the state that show statewide snowpack at 85% of the record median. Through January, snowpack was at 65% of normal. So despite that widespread snowfall in February, that low snowpack trend continues for this winter. And all of our major basins are maintaining that below medium snowpack. Of course, shout out to the Rio Grande, that remains the highest snowpack, despite seeing the largest decrease from last month. So by the end of February, our reservoir storage improved by a percentage point compared to January, still sits below average at 85%. The Colorado and the combined Yampa White ended February with above average storage. And as a reference, last year at this time, our reservoirs were 107% of historical average statewide. Certainly something that we are all keeping an eye on. So moving into springtime forecasts, the NOAA Climate Prediction Center maps show very high confidence in warmer than average temperatures March through May for the entire state. And unfortunately, this adds to my early point, is that this is a forecast that's not likely to change for the next year, and a trend that we are seeing pretty consistently of increasing summer temperatures. Similarly, the 3-month outlook for precipitation shows high confidence in below average precipitation outlooks, and the official spring drought and flood outlooks from NOAA are actually going to be released next week on, I think, March 18th. So just look for those if you want to tune into those webinars. This is a very simple chart of the Ensueño probabilities for the spring. And basically the La Nina pattern we've been in appears to have really peaked in about October, November as a moderately strong event. And the pattern may weaken by spring back to neutral conditions or hold on as a weak La Nina. And it's common to see increased precipitation in the northern mountain ranges during La Nina years, but unfortunately that's not been the case this year. And that's just, an interesting anomaly, but La Nina, El Nino, those are strong trends to keep an eye on, but certainly not always perfectly consistent. So for the second half of the year, model predictions differ on whether neutral or La Nina conditions will persist. But either way, the El Nino Southern Oscillation patterns are really one of the most important climate phenomena to track, really because this has a direct ability to change the global atmospheric circulation, which influences those temperature and precip patterns across the globe. So, of course, many of you are familiar with these snow water equivalent graphs. I'm just going to take a moment to orient the rest of us, since there's a lot of information here in one image. But that heavy red line shows the observed snow water equivalent accumulation to date. And the remaining colored lines, the blue through red colors, indicate the range of possible accumulation for the remainder of the year. So that thin red line is the statistical minimum scenario, and the blue is the statistical max. That dark black line that's throughout the entire arc there shows the long-term average data on that date. So you can see a really nice accumulation arch for this February on that thick red line. But if we roll with high optimism, a few good spring storms or this one large storm could certainly pull us closer to that historical median. But most of these scenario accumulations fall short of average. So this is where we're at, but we are still pushing for that black line. So pretty boring map, but this is kind of the summary. I could have skipped all that detail and shared the basics of where we are and where we're going. I was joking before that this map sometimes matches the color of my mood. Drought conditions for the entire West are essentially projected to persist well through 2021. And any precip we get at this point is going to help push out extremely dire impacts that none of us want to see or have to manage. That said, every 10 stories of economic struggle and devastating climate impacts, I am convinced there are many stories of creative adaptation, reimagined management, and good old-fashioned resilience. So I'm just going to pause. I had a slide here for Kevin. I wanted to see, Kevin, did you get through all of the things you wanted to share? Okay, good. So I'll take the pause here and actually pass it off to you. And then I'll have a few more things about the drought force at the end.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Megan. Oh.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kevin Houck again. Oh, that was a great ending to your talk, Megan, with such optimism and all that. And unfortunately, I'm probably going to bring everybody back down here. After being able to state with such excitement about the storm that's coming this weekend, which I'm very excited about. I wasn't directed to control my enthusiasm, so I'm not going to attempt to. But the unfortunate thing is that I think while it's going to be great for the plains, really, really great for the plains, I don't in my heart believe that it's going to be enough to overcome the deficits we've had so far in the mountains. And I think if you saw the forecast that Megan showed you earlier, the rest of the snow season is just not looking really good. So I don't think even with the storm this weekend, which I do think is going to be very good, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to really put us where we want to be when runoff starts. So if you listen to the tapes from last year for this item, I told you I was really worried about the fire season for this year. And I'd like to say that I had a crystal ball and knew that the biggest fire season in Colorado history was coming. I didn't. It was just that was kind of the tea leaves I was reading from the climate signature at the time. And it came to fruition. We had the largest fire season in Colorado history, as most of us know. I am even probably more worried this year than I was last year about the same topic. At least last year, we had some rough current conditions when we were talking to you in March, but we all knew that we were coming off of a great prior year. You may recall in summer of 2019, the drought monitor was completely free of colors for the first time in its history. So we were starting the water year in a really good place, although the early fall in September was not real good, I recall. But this year, we're kind of looking at the same thing as last year. I think probably our current conditions may be a little better, especially after this weekend. But given that we started where we did last summer and are building off of that, it is really going to be a rough year this year. And I think once we start getting fire forecasts, that's probably what I'm going to expect to see. And I think that the mountain areas are going to be really starved for moisture this summer. As Megan mentioned earlier, we're in a La Nina pattern right now. And as she said, the mountains in the winter, especially the northern mountains, can do okay during La Nina signatures, but outside of the mountains in the winter, La Nina is just generally not good for our state. So while there's no guarantee that La Nina will continue through the summer, if it does, that probably does not bode well, at least in terms of percentages. Looking ahead to next year, I don't know what the forecasts are past the coming months, and maybe Megan could address that when she comes back on. But if we have to go into a second year of La Nina, a second consecutive year of La Nina, that is when things tend to get really bad. Some of our worst droughts in the last few years have happened during the second consecutive year of a La Nina event. So I may be coming back on and telling you the exact same thing next year if we can't break out of this La Nina pattern, but that remains to be seen. When we talk about floods, it's all about risk. Nobody can tell you we are going to have a bad flood season or we are not going to have a bad flood season. It's just, is it higher or lower risk than average? And I would say I'm going to have two answers to that here as I look forward to this summer. I think in terms of just straightforward rain-induced flooding, everything I'm hearing is that we are probably going to have a reduced, perhaps significantly reduced chance of straightforward floods this summer. We tend to have a higher chance during El Nino events versus La Nina. And there's just nothing in any of the forecasts I've seen that have led me to believe that we're heading into any kind of a rainy season. It's not a guarantee. It's just dealing with percentages, though. Where I am getting concerned about flooding is obviously going to be from the wildfire scars. We've got hundreds of thousands of acres that burned last year. And if any of you have toured any of these burn scars, some of them have been scorched really bad and are fortunately are upstream of both population centers as well as critical water supplies. So while there are actions that we're going to try to take to speed up the recovery, the simple fact is for watersheds to recover from fire, it just takes time more than anything else. And typically, during the first 3 years following a wildfire, there is little to no recovery to that watershed from a hydrologic perspective. So while you may have some debris flow down in the first year or two, the fact is up until you about hit year 3, the hydrologic effects from a wildfire are not that much different than they were from the day the fire was put out. We're a little bit flying blind on some of these burn scars. Typically, our fire season is earlier in the summer, so we start seeing fires break out in May and June, and then we have a whole monsoon season to test them with storms to see how they react to different precipitation events. And by the time the snow starts, we usually have a pretty good idea of how these individual scars are reacting to individual events. Well, unfortunately, as you know, most of these fires took place late in the season last year. And in fact, most of them were actually put out by the snow when it finally came. And most of them had little, or in many cases, no precip events to test them before the snow season came on. So when you look at most of these big wildfire scars that we experienced late last season, whether it's the Cameron Peak, the East Troublesome, even Grizzly Creek, we didn't have a single rainstorm after the fire went out, or not a significant one anyway in most cases. So at this point, all we can do is speculate, but we don't have the benefit of experience to know exactly what to expect when the rain season starts. So that's going to be something that I think is going to be very critical. And in the next agenda item, Chris Sturm and our consulting team are going to be talking about some of the actions that we have taken with the CWCB to try to address some of these fires. But the simple fact is, I think there's going to be just an enormous flood risk downstream of all of these burn scars. And the best tool we have right now is awareness and preparation, but there's really little that we can do to actually stop that as we enter into flood season. The good news is, for all of the fires that took place in 2018, which was our last big wildfire season prior to 2020, hey, we've now hit that 3-year mark that I was telling you about. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the flood risk is completely gone in those cases, but now is going to be the time where you're going to start seeing really tangible improvement continuing on with each increasing year, and therefore the lowering of the flood risk. So I think with that, I will just close to say that I'm very worried about post-wildfire flooding. I'm extremely worried about more large wildfires themselves this summer, but I think it's going to be a fairly quiet, or I should say likely to be a fairly quiet flood season in the standard sense this summer. And with that, Director, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Megan and Kevin. Any questions on item 20?
Director Brody, I do have a few more updates that we added some time in. Sorry for the handoff here. But we just added a few things to cover the drought response that we've had, active in the last year. I just have 3 slides here to give you all an overview. Hopefully this is something that you all are plugged in to, but basically last year, we began discussions with the director level state drought task force to evaluate conditions in April. And by June 22nd, Governor Polis had activated the phase 2 of the drought plan for 40 counties and expanded that to the entirety of the state in September. This is just a graph structure of how the state drought plan organizes these different task forces. And so everything you see here in blue is active at the moment. So we have the water availability task force that meets monthly. Those are the climate updates that are public, anyone can tune into. We do have this month a joint flood and water availability meeting with Kevin Houck. And then in April, I put this in the chat, we're going to have an update on the fire season outlook from another state employee. So the others, agricultural task force and municipal water task force, are portions of the state drought plan that we can activate as needed to assess conditions. And the Ag Task Force, I just wanted to recognize this incredible group. This is obviously not everyone, but we live in the Zoom world, and this group has been meeting every other week since July, and it's co-chaired by Department of Agriculture, CWCB, and the Colorado Water Center. So according to the state drought plan, this task force is really initiated to conduct an assessment on the physical and economic impacts of drought and to recommend opportunities for mitigation. So those meetings are now moving into a monthly cadence, but this amazing team, many faces that you should and hopefully recognize, have produced 2 incredible work products. I'd just like to make sure that you all are aware of, exist. The first is a drought summary 2-pager. This is just a 2-page PDF. It's in public circulation to support drought response and adaptation conversations, specifically for the agricultural sector. So there's a link there on our website, and I can share this after in the chat. But the second product that this group has produced is an interactive report documenting 50 first-person stories of agricultural impacts and adaptation approaches throughout the 2020 drought season. So I really encourage you to check out these resources. I anticipate building on this story map throughout 2021 with the addition of municipal response stories. But personally, I'm focused on highlighting those real-time stories of resilience of our water communities in the face of multiple compounding hazards, not just where and how we've been hit in an impact sense. So there's certainly there's some stories embedded here in this story map around the challenge of these compounding hazards, COVID, the freezes, 2018 drought, and this is increasingly part of the drought story. Is we're not just dealing with one hazard at a time. We're not just dealing with fire. We're not just dealing with floods. These are all going to be layered on top of one another, and it makes supporting specifically our producers really challenging because many producers didn't even have their payments from how they were hit in 2018 or 2019 from those other hazards by the time the drought set in this year. So the other link I have at the top there is just the CWCB drought page as a reminder that is a throughway to a lot of these resources, and we recently reorganized that page to make it really easy to access what's happening in the municipal sector or the agricultural sector in response to drought. This is just a snapshot of one of those engagement pages, but the Municipal Water Task Force first met in December to do an initial scoping to push out a survey that went out to over 700 different municipalities. We received over 120 responses statewide, and the goal of that survey was to evaluate water providers, water treatment, or just general municipal needs and concerns related to drought. There were also questions there about concerns of wildfire and COVID impacts. So the responses we received are directly informing the Municipal Water Task Force agendas and the priority items that we're addressing this year. And that task force is co-chaired by Department of Local Affairs and CWCB. There's also 2 coordination groups. I'm not sure if this was mentioned this morning, but in combination with the state coordination group for municipalities, there's also a Metro Drought Coordination Group and Front Range Drought Coordination Group. Both of those are co-hosted by Denver Water and Aurora Water, and I'm in close contact with those chairs to make sure that we complement the monthly state scale conversations. And the last slide I have here is really just to reiterate one that CWCB is in close coordination with state and regional partners, and there's lots of activity around preparedness and response. But one thing that we didn't get to share last year, this actually rolled out just as COVID changes were occurring throughout the world, was that we updated this guidance documentation for municipalities to prepare their own drought plan at a local level. This was originally released in 2010, and we went through a full update and reorganization of this document last spring. So we've streamlined the guidance, we've reorganized the planning steps based on lived experience of communities who have attempted this process. We've added case studies that serve as really tangible examples for each step, and really improved the usability of the guiding worksheets that were previously just like PDF form. So we really tried to ensure that this guidance document can be useful and as useful as possible for a variety of stakeholders, whether big or small, regardless of what kind of supply sources redundant or not, an entity has, and specifically with regard to sometimes how little or almost no personnel capacity a municipality might have to take on proactive water shortage planning. So that's something that we've heard loud and clear is making these kinds of support resources really usable for those that have very little, a small team, if not even one person, to take on this kind of proactive drought and water shortage approach is pretty important. So I just want to say thank you for sitting through the technical difficulties. I know that was a blizzard of information. Did you get that? But I'm happy to take questions, and I know Kevin is too, on any of these things. So appreciate the patience.
Thank you, Megan.
Yeah.
Director Dutton, I believe you had a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for that great presentation. I really enjoyed seeing all the data, and I especially loved your time lapse of the drought monitor kind of building on itself. That was super cool and really helpful. I appreciate, Kevin, your unbridled excitement, because I think we're all kind of buzzing with that excitement and hoping we don't jinx it. And then Megan, thanks for providing or for including some optimism in there. And I don't at all want to minimize the effect that drought has on our communities, because we all live it every day. But as many of you know, before my dad retired from farming, one of his favorite things to do was to do farm tours and have groups down. And something that he would say that it always shocked people was that, you never want to miss a good drought. And what he was meaning from that was that 2002 was so nasty, and it was one of the hardest, most difficult times that modern farmers lived through. But 2002 forced them to look in the mirror and take a really hard look at how they were using water and kind of really tighten their belts. And so now, especially in this valley, those of you that have been able to go on tours or were down here for the September meeting where we went out on a farm, I think you got that feeling that these are people who are using some of the most advanced technologies in the world. And 2002 was what it took to push them into that, to really thinking about every single drop and how can we change nozzles to save 10%, or how just all these different opportunities, different types of crops, different types of equipment. And so I really commend you for your empathy and for your support for people, because these are really hard times. But I also think it's so powerful and critical to document and build up these stories of successes, because they do exist, and this is where we can learn from each other and be better. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Director Dutton. Director Brown, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say I turned off my video because my weather nerd husband is home and wanted to watch your presentation. So he said thank you as well. And I really liked the way that you presented it. It was really cool. Thank you.
Your weather nerd husband is always welcome, Director Brown.
I know, but he's a little unshaven right now. So I didn't want you guys to,
hey, it's
winter beard.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Well, again, thank you so much for all the information. I'll try to keep it positive with Megan and hope it isn't quite as dire as perhaps, Kevin, you're fearing it will be. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on to item 21, wildfire watershed recovery update. And
Great.
Kevin, I believe this is you.
Yes, this is Kevin Hauk, CWCB. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just start out this item, but I'm going to turn it over to the people doing the majority of the work so that they can tell you about some of the great things going on. This is agenda item 21, wildfire watershed protection update. And I'll just start out by saying, boy, if you had told me a dozen years ago at the CWCB that fire would play a major role in the work that I'm doing as a member of the flood section, I would have said you were crazy at the time. And here we are now in 2021, and I think Chris would agree with me that now fire is probably the single biggest component of the work that we're doing anymore on a day-to-day basis. And it just seems like over the last decade, it's morphed from, we may get consulted a little bit following a wildfire about certain watershed issues, to now Chris and I are getting just bogged down with phone calls from emergency managers and stakeholders before the fires even put out. What do we do? What kind of information do we need to gather? What kind of projects should we be considering once the fires finally put out? And it has definitely become a very significant part of the work that we do. And if you have any doubt of that, just look at some of the funding decisions that have been made just in the last week. Some of this is so hot off the press, I couldn't have even put it in in your board memos. We had Senate Bill 54 pass, which awarded, amongst other things, $4 million to the Watershed Restoration Program for the purpose of wildfire recovery. We had the Colorado Recovery Plan just announced yesterday, and I heard the details of it at the same time all of you, but one of the elements that was in it is $10 to $25 million allocated to our agency for the further purpose of wildfire recovery. So if Chris and Andrea thought they were busy before, holy cow, they've got job security for the next couple years with so much work to be done. But there's no better group to be doing it than our staff. We're very versed at both the technical aspects of watershed recovery, and we have experience working with both flood disasters and, in the case of our consultant, Engenuity, also with wildfire disasters as well. So I'd like to turn it over to Chris and also Jeff Sickles from Engenuity to give the remainder of the presentation. And I'll just say that Engenuity was hired last summer in response to the growing threat that was becoming readily apparent with the fires that were popping up as July went into August. And I want to thank Jeff and Engenuity for leading the consultant team that has really allowed our staff to be able to get out in the field and increase our resources available to local stakeholders. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Sturm on my staff to continue the presentation.
All right, thanks, Kevin. For the record, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff. Good afternoon, everyone. Vivian, if you wouldn't mind forwarding, thank you. I'm going to just have a few slides here to talk about our technical assistance team, and then we're going to hand it over to the real talent that is our team. But just by way of history, I will say that in my tenure with the board, I have been working on post-fire recovery efforts since the 2010 4 Mile Canyon Creek fire in Boulder County. And some other fires of note since then that we've been involved in through assistance, technical assistance, and grants have been, after that, the Waldo Canyon fire in 2012, the West Fork fire in 2013, the Hayden Pass fire in 2016, and then the Spring Creek fire and the 416 fire in 2018. So I'd say when you add that to the 2013 floods, our section has been in disaster recovery mode since 2012. Although we are not a disaster recovery agency, and I think that's an important thing to remember. And part of the reason that we hired the team was that sending these grants to the fires year after year, we just realized that it's really hard to raise the bar and make things more efficient when you're starting over with funding in a new community that's dealing with something that they've never dealt with before. And we're watching from staff point of view things that we have dealt with before. So really, I would just look at hiring this team as a reallocation of funds, in that rather than sending grant dollars initially, we're sending people, we're sending expertise, and hopefully, and I think that we'll be able to prove this in the coming years, we're becoming more efficient in producing more information for less money. So there really is a need for this technical support right after a fire. There's a need to provide experts that have been through this before so that they're not learning things the hard ways. The communities seem to be very appreciative of the help. We come in and we say that we are willing to help in whatever capacity needed, as long as it fits our scope, but we're not forcing anything upon anyone. And a lot of communities don't have a whole lot of resources to manage these type of events. For example, Port Grand County in 2020 had just recently lost their disaster recovery manager, and they're trying to come up with a strategy to deal with fire recovery. Next slide, please, Vivian. So here's a slide of our team. And I'm very proud to say that this team goes really deep in the bench, to use a sports analogy there. Lots of very, very experienced engineers and scientists on this team, and very well represented across the state. Jeff is our lead with Ingenuity Engineering Solutions. Jeff also worked for us on flood recovery, and we got to know a lot of these folks very well. I often say that if any one consultant firm steps forward for this type of work and says they can do it all in-house, they're giving you a line, because you really need a lot of multiple disciplines to be brought forth to deal with innovative solutions. And Jeff's been incredibly accommodating in his selection of team members from different firms around the state. But it's also a team made up 100% of people that live and work in Colorado, and not only work here, but also recreate here. So they appreciate the impacts on different levels. The map shows the locations of different firms. I think they're just little red dots to me. Maybe they're stars on other screens. And we could see some of the fires from 2020 on there as well. Next slide, please, Vivian. So part of the reason that the team has come together is what we've seen after the fires for the last decade or so is usually the first substantial money to comes in through the NRCS, through their Emergency Watershed Protection Program, and you'll hear EWP a lot. And EWP is a great program, and it's helped the state immensely. It oftentimes has some very difficult timelines. And when you're struggling to figure out how to build a capacity group, who's going to sponsor the program, where is the local match funding going to come from, the clock's ticking the entire time. And so having been through this many times now, our staff, CWCB staff, and our technical assistance team are aware of those timelines. And we're also aware of the type of work, the type of engineering that needs to be done to help make decisions to meet those timelines. That's a big part of what we're going to be doing and what we have been doing since these fires burned in 2020. Now, before I hand this off to Jeff, I'd like to say, earlier I said we're not a disaster recovery agency. We are really moving forward with an idea, and Jeff's team is scoped to do it, where we start working with communities on their post-fire needs before they have a fire. And we're going to be actively pursuing partners around the entire state to do this. That means that the modeling that Jeff's going to be talking about is stuff that we can do before we have fires. We can identify the values at risk before we have fires. Those are homes, those are infrastructure, diversions, reservoirs. We can identify all that before we have fires, and we can start coming up with mitigation strategies before we have fires. And then ideally, and I'm a firm believer that we could do this as well, we could couple those implementation projects with other multi-benefit projects. So even in the event we don't have a fire, we still have value-add projects that are protecting watershed health around the state. So with that, thank you, and I will hand it off to Jeff. Next slide, please, Vivian.
Thanks, Chris. I'm Jeff Sickles. I'm a founder and principal at Ingenuity Engineering Solutions and the lead for the technical assistance team. And I'll be taking you through today a little bit of what we've been doing on some of these post-fire assessments. As Chris touched on, we've realized over the last several years how critically important quality post-fire assessment data is to the recovery process. So the fundamental idea for us is to provide a team of experts to come in and support a rapid post-fire assessment that identifies post-fire hazards, helps to identify values at risk, and supports the emergency response decisions and emergency action plans for local recovery groups. I've had many discussions about this topic over the last couple of years with NRCS, who up until recently really had been working on really very limited data when they were in the field for to determine post-fire risk and where mitigation measures may be necessary. So a lot of these ideas kind of came out of working with them collaboratively. So our teams already kind of worked with NRCS on multiple fires and have developed a strategy for us that right now includes pulling together all that available data and the evaluations performed by other agencies like the Burn Area Emergency Response Team, Colorado Geologic Service, the USGS, NRCS, and others. And what we do from there is determine where there's gaps in those evaluations. A lot of times it comes down to certain areas not being evaluated or data not being provided. So we step in at that point and complete hazard evaluations for post-fire hydrology, hydraulics, fluvial hazard zones, and mud and debris flow. With that information, then we're able to evaluate all of the values at risk within the basin by overlaying them onto those post-fire hazards. And as needed, like when it comes to like a program like EWP, we can provide support directly to the NRCS or the local agencies to develop damage survey reports, which is used basically to develop that funding program for the EWP. And so ultimately, this work provides foundational data for the development of longer-term watershed recovery plans as well. So these evaluation efforts support the development of flood warning systems and emergency action plans for evacuations and road closures and locations that require inspection after rainfall events. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to quickly run you through a typical post-fire assessment work that the technical assistance team has been performing for the 2020 Colorado wildfires. We've already completed several post-fire hydrologic evaluations, including for East Troublesome, the Calwood Fire, Grizzly Creek, Pine Gulch, and the Williams Fork fires, and we're currently working on an assessment for the Cameron Peak Fire. These evaluations provided post-fire runoff estimates for multiple rainfall events, from typical annual storms up to the 100-year event. Using the burn area emergency response teams, burn severity maps, and the available data from communities and others, we developed burn area-wide hydrologic models that simulate the post-fire runoff. And these models then provide us with the flow rates throughout the burn area, helping us to understand the magnitude of expected changes in runoff response following the fire. So the graphic that you're seeing here is kind of one of the work products that we put together for East Troublesome Fire, and it shows the magnitude of increase from pre-fire to post-fire runoffs. Here we see that flows will likely increase on the magnitude of 3 to 4 times what they were before the fire occurred. But we can also use that data to create a heat map for locations within the watershed most affected by post-burn runoff. So from there, these flow rates also provide information for flows at culverts and bridges and directly feed into the post-fire flood hazard analysis. Next slide, please. So following the development of the hydrologic evaluation, we develop hydraulic models for the full burn area, as well as portions of the watershed downstream that are affected by post-fire runoff. So these evaluations provide flood inundation limits, expected flood depths and associated flow velocities, and supports the evaluation of risk throughout the burn area, including houses, culverts, bridges, and water infrastructure. These evaluations also account for sediment and debris transport using bulking factors, where the effect of having that sediment and debris in there can increase flows or the effective flows by 20 to 40%. So here you're seeing an example of a pre and post-fire inundation comparison showing the increase in the extensive flooding that occurs following a wildfire. Next slide. From there, we start to look at the values at risk. So using the post-fire hydrology and the hydraulic evaluations, we're able to identify values at risk for a variety of rainfall and runoff events. Essentially, what we're doing in this task is to intersect the flood inundation estimates and the values at risk layers to determine relative risk estimates. So in this case, maybe high, medium, or low for existing structures, culverts and bridges, water infrastructure, or other values that are identified by that local recovery group that they want to take a look at. The image on this slide shows the values at risk analysis for a portion of the East Troublesome Fire, indicating where potential flooding and increases in runoff pose threats to life and property. For the East Troublesome Fire, Grant County, Northern Water, and the NRCS use that information that we generated to identify areas of interest for field visits to develop damage survey reports. So essentially, these maps allow recovery groups to more quickly focus in on where there may be problems once the rainy season begins. And additionally, this information was then used in the field by the recovery group and the folks out in the field when looking at particular values at risk, because they're able to tap into that data and take a look at the flood depths, say at a house, or to consider velocity or scour risk or sedimentation risk near diversion structures. Next slide, please. So finally, all that data and the evaluations, the technical assistance team that we develop are provided directly to the local agencies for their use on all of their recovery efforts. So the information is not only able to be used to identify values at risk, like I showed today, and prioritize potential post-fire problems, but it also starts to form that technical foundation for the development of longer-term watershed recovery plans, supports development of flood warning systems, which is something that we're currently working on with the National Weather Service for the East Troublesome Fire, helps with the development of emergency action plans, and supports more refined evaluations as a follow-on, including design and implementation. So on this slide, you can start to see that risk clustering that I talked about earlier with the evaluation that's possible with the risk analysis that we do. And in this case, up in East Troublesome, they took these and kind of developed those polygons, and that was their initial focus for going out into the field and looking at values at risk. Next slide, please. The technical assistance team was brought together directly really to support the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program. And we bring not only that engineering expertise to perform these post-fire H&H evaluations, but we bring a comprehensive talent stack of professionals, as Chris mentioned, from multiple companies supporting the development of fluvial hazard zone mapping, the protocol that Chris's program just recently developed, as well as revegetation assessments, design and construction review for when EWP and other recovery programs move into implementation, as well as long-term monitoring. We've learned a lot over the last few years. I say even more in the last 6 months about fire recovery. And through continued efforts working with our federal, state, and local partners, we hope to continue to improve the post-fire recovery process, as well as working to develop kind of that pre-fire mitigation strategies, as Chris was mentioning, for implementation around the state. And that's what I had for you guys today.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. And I'll just add at the end here that in the past, what we've seen through no one's fault, but mostly just because the resources weren't there to support this, is that the first steps were field visits to determine where risk was. And then that led, hopefully, and not always, to engineering. So it started off piecemeal. And what we've done is flip that strategy. We're starting with a look at the entire burn area and then informing the local visits. And for example, what that's done on the East Troublesome through the work that Jeff's team has done is identified areas for the locals to go visit and see where issues are. And what they found in some areas early out, and this is an important point, is we can't design our way out of all the issues that exist. These are very tough challenges. And in some cases, the very best option we have is an early warning system. And being able to get out to all the locations that we identify, or at least make that an option, is an important step in understanding where the most urgent issues exist. And some of those are really steep topographies where physical solutions are not going to be enough to protect everyone. So with that, we'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that very informative presentation. Director Schwartz, do you have a question?
No, I do, and thank you. And that came up in our BIP update and with Matt Lindberg talking about how about including these forest health issues and stream health, and obviously, as Director Gibbs knows, this is something we have championed for a very long time. But when you look at just Summit County putting forward a forest health watershed improvement figure for Tier 1 of $500 million, that's just one county. So my question is, this is great information. How can we address these forest health issues in advance of fires, protect our infrastructure, and what do we see as funding sources? So obviously that there's some federal money, but the order of magnitude is just extraordinary. And so just some thoughts on that.
Yes, and thank you, Director Schwartz. It's a good thing to bring up, and Russ Sands has really heavily involved our section in the forest health update to the water plan, and some of the strategies that we're developing, and frankly that we've been working on for a number of years here, are starting to fold forest health planning into our traditional watershed planning and stream management planning. A lot of the assessment work that we do for that type of planning is important for forest health as well. For example, Jeff and his team need to know the hydrology. In order to develop new hydrology after a fire, you have to have topography. All this data is oftentimes gathered in normal watershed planning. So we're going to make a better connection into the overlaps with existing efforts that we have, and try to encourage groups out there to take a bigger picture look when they jump into watershed planning. That's a tall order for a lot of our watershed groups, which is exactly why we brought Jeff and his team on board, so that not only are we out here saying, send us more holistic grant applications. In advance of that, what we would like to do is show up as staff with our technical assistance team and help folks develop better grant applications so that they can address these needs. Funding is always going to be a challenge, and I think we all know that. But Director Schwartz, when we started this out, I can remember a time when you came to the board and asked them to increase the funding for the watershed program from $250,000 to $500,000. We've come a long way since then, and we have a long way to go. But I'm encouraged with what I'm seeing, and certainly trying to make the best use of these funds and being a good steward of them by developing strategies that are reproducible across our different watersheds.
Thank you for that. Director Dutton, and then we'll go to Director Gibbs.
Thank you. Kevin and Chris and Jeff, thank you so much for this presentation. I thought it was really well done, and this effort it's just great. This is a really smart idea, and I really appreciate the thought that you're putting forward on this. And you guys, it's kind of interesting, or almost a little funny to hear you talk about how you were not a disaster reaction agency, but you guys have found yourself now being experts in this. And as you know, but maybe the other board members don't have an appreciation for when big fires happen, there's that panic and there's that fear, and these guys are some of the first people who get called, and they always show up. And I think that it's a true testament to our great staff, and especially this section that, I've been on the other end of the phone a couple of times, and so much of that is just that people, until they've dealt with one of these huge fires, they don't often have a total appreciation of all of the different things that do happen and can happen. And so I know that it's a heavy lift on your end to continually show up and then try to kind of reinvent the wheel every time. And so this is such a fabulous idea, because you will be helping communities hopefully have a leg up before the fire, but afterward, at least they'll have kind of this standardized playbook, and maybe there can be less fear and less chaos afterwards. And then I'm hoping it will also alleviate some of the stresses and some of the workload for you guys as well, because you have, you've become those go-to people. And so I think it, again, just along those lines, the way that this will help us to identify projects that need to happen. I really appreciate, Chris, you noting that we can't fix everything. And I think sometimes there's just this desire to, and that fact in itself of just acknowledging that some of these, there could be some pretty big impacts and we may just have to live with them and get people out of the way rather than trying to fix it. That's such a hard thing to deal with, and it's a hard lesson, but I'm so appreciative that you're thinking about how do we really spend money in a way that is going to result in things that and benefits that we're expecting. And then how do we also say, you know what, there's no fixing this. Let's not spend money on it. And so just kudos to you guys, and big applause here, because this is a really great effort.
Thank you, Director Dutton. Director Gibbs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much for the presentation, Kevin, Chris, and Jeff. And really, thank you so much. I'm really excited that CWCB is really involved with these issues. And, back actually with Senator Schwartz and I were in the Senate together, CWCB was not as involved with forest health or kind of watershed, challenges then. But the nexus is very clear. We have history on our side that's really reflective of some of the more challenging fires and what that means to communities, what that means to water quality and quantity. And whether it's you look at the 1996 Buffalo Creek fire or 2003 Hayman fire, or all the new fires that we saw last summer, has major impacts. And really excited to see the governor and the legislators step up big time yesterday with this announcement to have 10 to 25 additional $1 million towards the watershed restoration. But I also want to share with you that there's another 10 to 25 $million for the forest restoration and wildfire risk mitigation program, which really focuses on front end before fires. So that's exciting. But my question is, when you look at last season's fire season of, some of the big ticket ones, like Cameron Peak, East Troublesome, Grizzly Creek, Calwood, Pine Gulch, just to name a few, 100,000 acre plus 200,000 acre in some of those situations, like big landscape scale fires. There's huge urgency, and communities, need to have information quickly. Water providers need to have information quickly. How long does it take to do a real analysis on some of these fires, on what the impacts are for the watersheds? And, what kind of staffing, like, do we need more help? We know we're supposed to get a big storm in the Front Range, but, that's not going to flip a switch and take us out of a drought situation, as you all know we're in. Statewide, we're still at like 88%, snowpack. So I'm on pins and needles thinking about this upcoming wildfire season. So I guess how long does it take to do analysis for these communities? And do we need more help? Do we need more staffing? What kind of levels of help do these communities need from us?
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Those are good points that you bring up, and I appreciate that. And I would say once we get the head nod from the locals to start doing our analysis, the type of work that Jeff just illustrated, we can usually get that done in 3 to 4 weeks. I'm getting a head nod down there from Jeff. I'm glad he's on my screen here. Now, if we're doing several at a time, we need to bring in more people to do it. Now, our team does run deep enough to do that, and I have confidence that we can do that. Where we really need help, I think, is initially when we respond to kind of get an introduction from higher level people to say, yes, the state supports this strategy, and we recommend that you go forward with it. because we can't, and nor do we want to, come in and say, hey, we're going to do this for you, and you're going to use this to inform your plan moving forward. The folks on the East Troublesome jumped on the opportunity with us right away, and now they've got a really solid foundation for their emergency watershed protection projects moving forward. Cameron Peak, they had hired some of their own consultants to do it, and then ended up with a product that the NRCS wasn't fully convinced got them where they needed to be to make the decisions for those EWP projects. So now we're doing the modeling for that. So more staff, that's hard for me to answer at the CWCB level. If we continue to have more disasters, we probably would need more people focused on it. But I'd say, in my experience of disaster recovery, the thing you need more than just additional people are better strategies that can be implemented over and over again. So just kind of a playbook. And I'm not saying that we've fully developed that. We're going to continue to develop this as we learn more. But compared to past years, what I'm seeing so far from the 2020 fires is a really good, solid approach. And we're hearing the same from our partners at NRCS. And that's where it really means something, because it's their money on the line out of the gate.
Thank you, Chris. Just in follow-up to that, what about on-call contractors who can be mobilized quickly when the needs arise?
And yes, fortunately, we have a 5-year contract with Jeff's team, and these guys are on call for just that. If you think back to the early slides that had the map, we have people all around the state that can literally mobilize to the location very quickly and start working on that. So I think we've got that fairly well covered. It's always going to be resource limited as far as dollars. So if we end up with a fire season next year or this year like we had in 2020, it will require more money to get more people mobilized. But the staffing resources or the technical resources from a staff point of view, I believe, are there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this agenda item? Well, thank you again, and keep up the great work.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to just briefly thank Jeff Sickles publicly in front of everyone here. My wife just walked out of the room, so I feel comfortable saying that he is the most reliable person in my life, and I really appreciate the work that he does.
Thank you. Thanks for having us today.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item, our final agenda item, number 22. Program guidance for special release of Colorado Watershed Restoration Program. And Chris, I believe this is you again.
Again, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff. For the record, I don't have a slideshow for this, but I'll just be following along on the guidance document if you guys have that up in front of you. And I'm going to pull that up on my screen. And so this is just building off the previous presentation in that Senate Bill 54, I believe, just passed, and that is opening up the door for $4 million for post-fire recovery from 2020 fires. So in the introduction, we talk about some of the fires. I think most, if not all, of the requests that we're going to get are going to come from 2 basins for 2020. I think it's going to be the South Platte and the Colorado, although there could be others lurking out there. I haven't heard from them. And when we jump into section 2, we discuss a little bit of the background and really wanted to bring our technical assistance team to the forefront. We're already working with so many of these stakeholder groups that I think we're going to have an idea what the projects are before the applications come in. But for other folks that are just looking at this, we wanted them to know that resources are there to help, and they don't have to just jump into this without any assistance. There's the 3 main categories of applications that we're contemplating. and that being capacity building. There's always a need for stakeholder groups to come together to discuss strategies, to look at the engineering, and then to prioritize what moves forward. There's never enough money to do everything that's identified. And that's where these stakeholder groups are incredibly important. Capacity building with the watershed restoration program has been around for a long time. This was something that came up in 2003 after the advent of the Healthy Rivers Fund, at the time the Colorado Watershed Protection Fund, and something that we believe in firmly, in that the time to vet projects is before we get them, and that it should be happening in the watershed, in the areas that are most familiar with their issues. Of course, we are also contemplating funding engineering projects. Jeff and his team can only get us so far. You've got to get into specific designs that are very field specific when we're looking at the last category, which is the implementation of projects. And we have a lot of example type projects in there. Moving to the next section, as far as eligible entities, in the past, just drawing on my experience from the past, I was thinking of the types of groups that have implemented projects for other fire recovery efforts, and it's really our nonprofits, our watershed groups, our local governments, and our conservation districts. And so we made all of them eligible. We typically don't make federal agencies eligible, but we do transcend political boundaries when we contemplate where the projects will be implemented. So we don't have any restrictions on that. Working with DNR and developing in the executive director's office and developing this guidance, we thought in the spirit of the governor's stimulus package that we really should be concentrating on using Colorado specific products, forest products, if they are part of the design. And so we added that in here with a contact for the State Forest Service staff, who's maintaining a list of parties that provide these types of products in Colorado. And so we think a lot of the wood products, including wood mulch, are made in our state with our trees. And so just directing people towards the need for that. And jumping down to the match funding requirements, the Watershed Restoration Program historically has been a 1-to-1 match requirement. We're doing the same here, although with other grants, we typically require that match to be specific to the project that's being implemented. But in the past, with other fires, and that includes the 2018 fires, 416 and Spring Creek, we've been a little bit more flexible and said, as long as you're matching CWCB dollars with other dollars that are spent in the footprint of the fire, then that counts. The idea being that we're trying to achieve mitigation and resiliency at a watershed or a fire footprint scale. And so that's why that is written that way. And then the evaluation criteria. This is something new for the board, a little different, although similar to the way we did it in 2013 for the first and only other special release of this program, is that we would like the board to approve the guidance so that the grant applications can be approved at the director level. And the reason for this is that we have got to move fast. The governor's office has let us know through no uncertain terms that this is stimulus money, and it's not meant to sit out there for a while. It is ideally to be spent during this flood season in anticipation of more funds for the next flood season. The two biggest things that slow projects down, and I know this through flood recovery, are permitting and administration. The design and construction can usually clip along pretty quickly once you have those other two things. So that was why that was written in there for the approval at that level. Then we get into our basic applicant qualifications. These are pretty much the same as they are in the normal watershed restoration program. And then it be a stakeholder-driven collaborative, open to all interested parties. What we have added is that it needs to be directly related to wildfires from 2020, and that comes out of the legislation. And then moving down, we've got our criteria that really just looks at how stakeholders are going to be involved. This gives us an assurance that it's not a one-off, that it's not being done in a vacuum. We like to see what the organizational capabilities are of our lead partners, of our applicants, and the stakeholders, what they've done in the past. That gives us an idea of how adept they are at pulling off big projects over short periods of time. And then we look at the effectiveness, and here's where we look at the budget and timelines, and then hopefully multi-objectives is what we're really after. And a lot of the projects that we're going to be working with the stakeholders on are going to achieve multiple objectives. So the consultant team, the technical assistance team, and CWCB staff will be with them developing the projects and the plans. And so I think at the end here, we don't have a date yet. The idea is that once the governor signs the bill, I'll start making calls to our stakeholder groups, and we're on Zoom calls with these folks every week, and we'll just get an idea from them. How soon do you want this to be released? When do you think you'll be ready to get some applications out? I'm thinking probably a month or so after the governor signs, depending on when he signs it, but we'll get a feel from them of when they want to start it. And then the idea of having applications due every month thereafter is to keep the door open, but also to still make it somewhat competitive rather than just have them trickle in as folks are ready, so that we're comparing and seeing what other applications are there. And I believe that covers it, and I will open up for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Director Hawkins, did you have a question? Director Hawkins, you're muted. Do you want to put it in the chat and then I can read it? Okay, the question from Director Hawkins is the list in 2C an example list or a comprehensive one? I received a question about whether post-fire reforestation would qualify.
Okay, I'm going to jump back over to 2C. It is an example list. So I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. If post-fire reforestation is of interest to a potential applicant, they should certainly be discussing that with us, because we're going to prioritize mitigation out of the gate, and that's protecting lives and property and infrastructure. And usually reforestation is something that happens kind of mid or longer term. But it's certainly something that we would consider if there was a surplus of funding and not as much requests for those more urgent needs.
Thank you, Chris. Other questions for CWCB staff? This is an action item. Director Gibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Chris and Kevin for being proactive and putting together this guidance. I just think it's so critical. It's really important for local governments to just have all this information on the front end. So thank you. Really appreciate it. Looks great.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Any other questions or comments on this item before we put it up for a vote?
Okay, should I read the staff recommendation?
Sure, please do.
Okay, staff recommends that the board approve the program guidance for the special release of the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program.
Director Schwartz, would you like to move approval?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move approval of item number 22 on the agenda per staff recommendation.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Director Schwartz has moved approval on staff recommendation on item 22, and that has been seconded by Director Dutton. Any further discussion by the board? Okay. If anyone objects or wishes to abstain from this item, please indicate in the chat. Seeing no objection, this item is approved. I do just want to say, I think we've got a lot of work to do as a state when it comes to wildfires and thinking about how to best allocate our resources, whether it's to prevention, whether it's to immediate recovery and response, and whether it's to kind of longer term mitigation and recovery efforts. And so I look forward to ongoing conversation to help us become a more resilient state.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And we look forward in our section to bringing more information to the board in the upcoming years as we learn from implementing our strategies. And I will add that when we can all get together again in person, this would be the point where I would get up, leave the room, and several parties from around the state would approach me and say, how do we do this in our basin? So that's something that we are missing on Zoom calls, and I look forward to getting back out in the field.
Well, that sounds great. And thank you again for the whole team's efforts to get these resources out to where they're very, very much needed across the state. Before we close, I just want to take a moment to thank Vivian and Viola for all of the incredible work you both do behind the scenes to make these meetings run smoothly, both to get us all prepared, to get us our materials, to run all the AV and other tech. You both do a phenomenal job, and you make our jobs easy. So thank you. And I wish everyone well, and hopefully we can be together in person sometime soon. Have a good afternoon.
Jessica.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Wait, I think we need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
I move to
I was
adjourn.
dispensing with motions. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll move to adjourn.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? All right. No objection in the chat. So motion carries. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye.